Chapter 762. The fragment was very thin, only the size of a fingernail. It looked very inconspicuous. However, when Taizu saw this scene, a trace of shock flashed across his face. Without the suppression of the seal, the crystal began to shatter. Just as he was extremely nervous, he saw the fragment flying towards Chu Luyue. The fragment was pale green, crystal clear, and contained an extremely majestic power. Wherever it passed, the viscous space was almost cut apart. Just like that, it slowly and steadily flew to the front of the water curtain. Then, an amazing scene happened. The fragment did not directly pass through the water curtain. Instead, it gradually melted silently. Soon, a faint green color appeared on the transparent water curtain. Then, a faint green water droplet gently condensed and flew towards Chu Luyue. Chu Luyue swallowed the water droplet naturally, and then converted the energy contained in it into her own force. The aura on her body strengthened again. The whole process was smooth and there was no pause at all. Taizu opened his mouth, but suddenly felt that he was at a loss for words. Wasn't Chu Luyue equivalent to swallowing the power accumulated by the 2 Tian baby in a disguised form? Did he just take the energy from the crystal for himself just like that? Looking at Chu Luyue's calm face, and even her complexion was a little rosy, Taizu suddenly felt that his previous worries were unnecessary. The heaven-wrecking holy seed is formidable, but when it meets Chu Luyue, who doesn't play by the rules, it was still unknown who would be able to outplay the other. Taizu thought for a moment, and simply retreated a few steps from the position in front of Chu Luyue to the right front of her, making it easier for her to snatch the power of the 2 Tian baby more smoothly. Looking at the red-tailed phoenix, who was very calm from the beginning to the end, Taizu faintly thought that it should have known that Chu Luyue would do such a thing. As expected, he took after his master. His arrogant and disdainful temperament was exactly the same. After putting down the initial worry in his heart, Taizu calmed down a lot and began to stand by the side, watch the show. Chu Luyue was slowly killing time in the god's domain created by the 2 Tian baby. She was currently unable to leave, nor was she able to contact anyone from the outside world. She could only focus on her cultivation. On the other hand, Qin Yi and the rest didn't know about her current situation, so they were naturally very worried. Qin Yi felt a little uneasy as he stared at the faint, dark green glow emitting from the broken branches. The inexplicable crack on the tree trunk made him tense up. The seal should have been completely destroyed. He remembered clearly that Chu Luyue had been swallowed by the same color of light below. From the looks of it, it was very likely that they had already surged up from underground. If it were to erupt, it would be extremely dangerous. This made him even more worried about Chu Luyue's current condition. Qin Yi held his breath and focused as he walked forward step by step and stood still in front of the tree trunk. This mother tree was very thick and strong. Standing in front of this tree trunk, he seemed very small. The leaves on the tree trunk had all fallen off cleanly. Standing close to the tree trunk, he could see countless tiny cracks on it. Every crack was filled with that strange light. It seemed like it would burst out the next moment. Qin Yi's muscles tensed up as he stretched his hand forward. However, before he could touch the tree trunk, the light suddenly dimmed. In just a split second, all the light in the tiny cracks disappeared. Soundless. This one Yeshan also finally stopped curling up and withered. The surroundings were so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Qin Yi paused for a moment. A silver light flashed in his hand, and a sword appeared. He stared straight ahead as he held the sword with both hands and slowly but firmly slashed it down. Crack! The sword glinted coldly. A layer of bark was sliced off. A deep sword mark was left on the tree trunk. Qin Yi focused his gaze and realized that all the energy in the tree trunk had been swallowed, and it had become much more brittle because of its withered state. However, most of it couldn't be seen. That frightening aura seemed to have dissipated as well. After waiting for a while, there was silence, and nothing happened. A light breeze blew over, and Qin Yi felt a chill on his back. He closed his eyes, kept his sword, and slowly retreated. Mu Hongyu and the rest watched nervously from behind. They didn't even dare to blink, afraid that they would miss something. Everyone was shocked when they saw Qin Yi actually turn around after sending out the sword. Lei Laosi couldn't hold it in and took 2 steps forward first. He hurriedly asked, "Big brother, how is it?" Qin Yi shook his head. Lei Laosi's face turned pale. The other people's expressions also froze. Qin Yi sighed and explained, "I can't be sure. What we can be sure of is that she is currently trapped by a strange force and is unable to come out. Originally, that force should have rushed out, but for some reason, it retreated instead." Lei Laosi was dazed. "Big brother, you mean, you should still remember the scene when we first came here, right?" Qin Yi glanced at him and squinted his eyes slightly. "Back then, the same thing happened to this mother tree. A force wanted to rush out, but that 9-colored heavenly pheasant appeared and repaired the seal, so that incident was left unsettled." Lei Laosi's eyes flickered, and he nodded. In actual fact, the situation back then wasn't completely like that. How could the 9-colored heavenly pheasant do this alone? However, there was no need to tell these children this. So, is it still because of that 9-colored heavenly pheasant this time? No, it's already broken through to become a red-tailed phoenix. Perhaps, it became even stronger? Qin Yi nodded. It's not impossible. When Mu Hongyu and the rest heard this, they heaved a sigh of relief. This means that Lu Yu still has a high chance of coming out. The red-tailed phoenix is a legendary fiend. It should be able to help her, right? Mu Hongyu and Yi Ranran were both optimistic. Only Chang Wanzhou looked deeply at Qin Yi, pressed his lips tightly together, and didn't say anything. I've seen that scene before. The red-tailed phoenix definitely isn't a match for that force. However, Qin Yi clearly didn't want Mu Hongyu and Yi Ranran to know about this. Then what should we do now? Can we only wait here for Lu Yu? Asked Yi Ranran with a frown. Qin Yi turned around and looked at that mother tree. Let's hope so. At the border where the Mystic Forest and Mirror Lake connected. The appearance of the dancing lotus made Shengguan Wan and the rest very excited. She immediately suggested for Mu Qinghe to retrieve the dancing lotus. Once she said that, the originally noisy surroundings instantly quietened down. Everyone looked at Mu Qinghe with different expressions. Curious, envious, worried, everyone knew that Mirror Lake was dangerous. The first to go would definitely be the first to bear the brunt. Mu Qinghe kept quiet for a while and nodded. Yes. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 763. Then, Mu Qinghe turned around and walked in the direction of the dancing lotus. The boundary between the Mystic Forest and the Mirror Lake was very clear. In the middle was something like a dam. On one side was the thick ground of the Mystic Forest that was filled with fallen leaves, and on the other side was the Mirror Lake that was glistening with water. Surprisingly, the isolated dam was only an inch wide, but none of the leaves from the Mystic Forest flew to the lake on the other side. The waves on the lake also did not cross the dam and flow to the other side. There seemed to be an invisible barrier in the middle that separated the two sides clearly. Mu Qinghe soon arrived at the narrow dam. He took a deep breath, circulated the force in his body, and swung his right hand. A long sword flew out. It floated in front of him. Mu Qinghe jumped and stood on the flying sword. Just as he was about to ride the sword forward, he inadvertently glanced at the lake and found that there seemed to be something sparkling on the surface of the lake. He squinted his eyes and looked over. Then, he was stunned on the spot. Because the sparkling thing was actually a piece of floating ice. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on it, and the clear, glass-like floating ice reflected the bright and dazzling light. The Mirror Lake was vast and boundless. Its borders were close to the mystic forest and the Red Moon Desert. It was like spring and summer all year round, and the water rippled. Why would such a piece of floating ice suddenly appear? Vice Admiral Mu, is there a problem? Shang Wanwan saw that Mu Qinghe was not moving and could not help but urge him. Mu Qinghe did not respond immediately. Instead, he looked around. Sure enough, he saw another piece of floating ice not far away. This piece of floating ice was quietly floating on the surface of the lake. It was inconspicuous. If not for the fact that Mu Qinghe happened to be standing in the sky and the afterglow of the setting sun, he would definitely not have noticed it. For example, Shang Wanwan and the others did not see this strange situation. Mu Qinghe felt a little uneasy. This mirror lake is strange. Shang Wanwan frowned. What's strange? Mu Qinghe raised her hand and pointed. Floating ice has never appeared in Mirror Lake before. Shang Wanwan looked at Mu Qinghe's serious expression and thought that something big had happened. Who would have thought that it was only because of one or two pieces of floating ice? She chuckled and said calmly, "That's right. It's just two pieces of floating ice. It shouldn't be a big deal, right? If Vice Admiral Mu is really worried, why don't we get the dancing lotus back as soon as possible and leave immediately?" Mu Qinghe's frown deepened. "Third Princess, you may not know this, but this Mirror Lake has always been like this for a long time. There has never been such a situation before. I'm afraid that something strange has happened. For safety's sake, it's better for everyone to evacuate immediately." Shang Wanwan was stunned. Evacuate immediately? What about the dancing lotus? It wasn't easy for them to meet, so how could they leave just like that? What should he say when he returned to the West Hill? Also, Her Yuan Meridian, Vice Admiral Mu, this consort thinks that you're worrying too much. I know that you've been in Dahuang's swamp for many years and know this place very well. But how many years has Mirror Lake existed? Do you dare to say that it has been like this since the day it existed? It is also possible that it has already appeared in a similar situation when you were unaware of it. What do you think? Mu Qinghe couldn't refute her words. Shang Wanwan had made up her mind to take the dancing lotus back. If Vice Admiral Mu is really worried, why don't we invite Elder Qiushi along? Elder Qiushi didn't show any fear or worry when he heard this. Instead, he was excited. I'll naturally obey Third Princess's orders. Retrieving the dancing lotus would undoubtedly be a great achievement. Furthermore, it was a rare natural treasure, and its entire body was extremely precious. Even just touching it might be very beneficial. As for danger, there was nothing here except for the lake water. It wasn't as complicated as the mystic forest. Even if they encountered any danger, they could just run back. How dangerous could it be? Shang Wanwan nodded. Then I'll have to trouble Elder Qiushi and Vice Admiral Mu. Elder Qiushi responded and quickly rushed to Mu Qinghe's side. Mu Qinghe glanced at him. Since he wanted to die, there was nothing to persuade him. Vice Admiral Mu, please. Elder Qiushi raised his hand. Mu Qinghe didn't say anything else. She rode on her sword and continued forward. Elder Qiushi followed closely behind. His eyes were already glued to the dancing lotus in the center of the lake in the distance. Mu Qinghe looked down from time to time, and her expression gradually turned cold. Because she realized that there were more than two pieces of floating ice on the lake. The closer they went to the center, the more floating ice there were. And they gradually gathered together to form a large ice surface. And that translucent dancing lotus was already surrounded by a layer of ice. Mu Qinghe stopped. Elder Qiushi hurriedly stopped as well. Vice Admiral Mu, why aren't you continuing forward? The dancing lotus is right in front of you. You can retrieve it soon. Mu Qinghe's face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. There was definitely something wrong with this Mirror Lake. He had been to Mirror Lake many times, and whenever he got close, he would encounter all kinds of dangerous situations. But this time, the mirror lake was too calm. Not only did this not make him feel at ease, but it also made him feel even more uneasy. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Elder Qiushi, since you want the dancing lotus so much, why don't you go first? Elder Qiushi was a little scared. His gaze wandered back and forth between Mu Qinghe and the dancing lotus. He was in a dilemma. He really wanted to retrieve the dancing lotus, but he was also afraid that something would happen. Mu Qinghe's reaction really didn't make one feel at ease. Seeing that the two of them had stopped, Shang Wanwan couldn't help but urge them. Elder Qiushi made up his mind. There were so many people here anyway. What was there to worry about? If he was the one who retrieved the dancing lotus, his status would definitely rise when he returned to West Hill. At the thought of this, the balance in his heart finally leaned towards the side of greed. He walked past Mu Qinghe and approached. However, he wasn't stupid. He didn't use his hands to retrieve it. Such a treasure was definitely not that easy to obtain. He waved his sleeve and threw out a rope as thick as a thumb, wrapping it around the branch of the dancing lotus. After waiting for a moment, there was nothing unusual. Elder Qiushi felt a little more confident. He pulled his wrist back, trying to pull the dancing lotus out. However, just as he moved, the rope slid down the branch. Elder Qiushi missed his target. He looked up in shock and realized that the branch was extremely smooth. There was a faint luster on it, and it was indeed very difficult to bind it with a rope. He thought for a moment and set up a barrier around himself. At the same time, he put away the rope and used his sword. He approached step by step and finally raised his sword to slash. However, just as the sword came into contact with the branch, it actually slipped. Before Elder Qiushi could react, his body was pulled down by an invisible force. Plop! It penetrated the ice layer and fell into the lake. Digression, 6:30 p.m. February has been abolished. Sob 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 sob. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 764. A hole instantly appeared on the smooth and flat ice surface. A few drops of lake water splashed out, but Elder Qiushi's figure had already completely sunk into the lake and disappeared. In fact, he didn't even have the time to cry out in alarm. Mu Qinghe, who was standing closest to him, had a change in expression, and his pupils constricted. The entire thing happened too suddenly. Before he could react, everything had already ended. He didn't even have the chance to take action. When Shang Wanwan and the rest, who were standing far away, saw this scene, they were all stunned on the spot. Especially Shang Wanwan. She was originally waiting happily and expectantly for Elder Qiushi to retrieve the dancing lotus. She was about to succeed, but she didn't expect, she didn't even see what exactly happened. Just now. Wasn't everything fine? In just the blink of an eye, Elder Qiushi suddenly fell into the water. Shang Wanwan widened her eyes in shock. After Elder Qiushi fell into the water, he didn't make a single sound. Especially now, when the water surface seemed to have regained its calmness. Under normal circumstances, anyone who fell into the water would struggle and ask for help. But Elder Qiushi didn't. There's only one possibility, he's already dead. In that short moment, Shang Wanwan clutched her chest, and her footsteps faltered as she instinctively grabbed Jiang Yucheng's arm. Yucheng, what happened just now? Jiang Yucheng knitted his brows tightly and spoke in a low voice. He seemed to have been dragged down by something. But I didn't see it clearly either. Shang Wanwan's throat was dry, and she felt both fearful and relieved. Luckily, I didn't go over personally just now. If not, I would be the one dead. But Elder Qiushi is a stage 7 warrior. How can it be? To be able to take his life in such a short period of time, it's enough to show how scary it is. If it were someone else, they might die even faster than me. Jiang Yucheng's face was also very dark. Elder Duanmu Chun is already gone. Now, even Elder Qiushi is. This trip was much more dangerous than he had expected. Sheng Wanwan lowered her eyes and her eyes flashed. She was the one who killed Elder Duanmu Chun, but Jiang Yucheng didn't seem to know. He probably thought that she would only attack these young geniuses, right? Little did they know that she had long found Elder Duanmu Chun an eyesore. This was because Duanmu Chun was not her confidant, and he had always been on good terms with Sheng Wanyu. Elder Duanmu Chun had an amiable temperament. Although he was an elder of the royal family, he had never participated in the affairs of the royal family. Even though Sheng Wanyu admired him back then, he did not become her man. He had always kept to himself. He was still the same when he came to Sheng Wanwan. Most people wouldn't care, but Sheng Wanwan couldn't stand it. Moreover, he always used Sheng Wanyu's standards when she was in power to measure everything she did. This violated Sheng Wanwan's taboo. Therefore, she might as well take this opportunity to get rid of Elder Duanmu Chun. However, this was not important. Anyway, many people had died in her hands. One more didn't make a difference. Those who couldn't be used by her were dead. It was a pity that Elder Qiushi died. After the initial shock, she finally regained her senses. She looked at Mu Qinghe with suppressed anger. Vice Admiral Mu, what's going on? You were close to Elder Qiushi. Why didn't you help? She even suspected that Mu Qinghe did it on purpose. He had always disliked Elder Qiushi. Mu Qinghe said coldly. The last general also wanted to help, but he didn't have the strength. Even Elder Qiushi didn't have the strength to retaliate. Could it be that Your Highness, the third princess, thought that this general was still some distance away from Elder Qiushi just now? Could it be that this general could reach him first if he made a move later? Sheng Wanwan choked. Mu Qinghe's words made sense. Everyone clearly saw the situation just now. Mu Qinghe probably didn't have time to help. The last general already said that there's something wrong with Mirror Lake. Now, you finally believe it, right? Mu Qinghe's words made Sheng Wanwan's face turn red and white. Wasn't saying this in front of so many people the same as publicly criticizing her? Mu Qinghe took one last look at the spot where Elder Qiushi disappeared. There seemed to be a faint green light flashing by. He narrowed his eyes and was about to take a closer look when a layer of ice formed on the surface again. That ice hole was quickly repaired and looked exactly the same as before. It was impossible to tell that it had once shattered and that a person had fallen in. More and more layers of ice began to form on the surface of the lake in the distance. Mu Qinghe said in a low voice. Third princess, eldest young master, it's better for us to leave Mirror Lake as soon as possible. In the quiet and sticky space, Chu Luyue sat cross-legged and was cultivating peacefully. Not far away on the opposite side, the crystal quietly floated. Suddenly, the layer of faint green light on the outside fluctuated. Then, a faint green light passed through the light and headed toward the crystal. Chu Luyue seemed to have sensed something and opened her eyes. Seeing the light, she raised her eyebrows slightly and muttered softly. It has a lot of tricks up its sleeve. The energy in the mystic forest should have been completely devoured by it. She didn't expect it to be able to get such an abundant energy. Chu Luyue's red lips curved. With a slight thought, the water curtain shook gently. The ball of light was about to fly to the crystal and was about to merge with it. However, when the water curtain moved, the ball of light also seemed to be pulled by something and flew over in a wobbly manner. Like the previous fragment, the light silently merged with the water curtain and finally turned into a water droplet and arrived in front of Chu Luyue. Chu Luyue's eyes curved. Since you're so polite, I'll kindly accept it. After saying that, she swallowed the energy of the water droplet. Taizu, who was standing at the side, raised his eyebrows fiercely and glanced at the crystal. It was trembling slightly. It wasn't the kind that wanted to break out forcefully. It was because of anger. Digression: I didn't add any new chapters today. Because I ate the updated chapters. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 765. For the first time, Taizu felt that the two-Tian baby was a little pitiful. It had finally broken the seal, and just as it was about to break out, Chu Luyue appeared out of nowhere. Not only did she snatch the energy it had gathered, she even snatched it several times. It didn't know how she had gotten this energy, or if Chu Luyue had forcibly snatched it away. Who wouldn't be angry when the duck in their mouth flew away? The key point was that Taizu was still afraid of Chu Luyue. If it wasn't for the water curtain, Taizu believed that Chu Luyue would definitely not be a match for the two-Tian baby. But how could there be so many ifs in the world? Speaking of which, it was Taizu who had forcibly pulled Chu Luyue down. It was just asking for trouble. Taizu put his hands in his sleeves and laughed. According to the current development of the situation, the chances of the two-Tian baby coming out were even slimmer. It was hard to say who would be able to endure who. Chu Luyue's aura was still increasing. She carefully and patiently refined all of this energy, transforming it into her own force. Her flesh, blood, tendons, and bones became more and more resilient under the cleansing of this pure energy. Time slowly passed. At a certain moment, Chu Luyue's aura skyrocketed. Crack! A slight sound came from within her body. Chu Luyue's strength had finally advanced to the middle stage of stage 5. Taizu noticed this movement and subconsciously glanced at the hourglass next to him, a trace of shock flashing through his eyes. Chu Luyue's breakthrough speed was too fast. Although he had already mentally prepared himself, it was still hard to believe that Chu Luyue had smoothly and quickly crossed the threshold of the middle stage. She had the Daijing Yuan Meridian. Although it couldn't be compared to the Tianjing Yuan Meridian, her cultivation speed was obviously faster than the average Daijing Yuan Meridian cultivator. Taizu put his hands behind his back and looked at Chu Luyue with a solemn gaze. When she was Shengguanyu, her cultivation had reached the peak of a rank 8 warrior and she was only one step away from becoming a rank 9 warrior. With such an experience, Chu Luyue would undoubtedly take fewer detours when she cultivated in this life. Plus, she had many heaven-defying opportunities. Taizu sighed softly, his eyes flashing with admiration. Although it was a pity that Chu Luyue didn't have the Tianjing Yuan Meridian, she had been able to come so far. He wondered what realm she would be able to reach by the time she got out of here. The outside world had no way of knowing what was happening underground. At this moment, Shengguanyu Yang faced a dilemma. On one hand, Yu of the lotus flower. On the other hand, he hadn't obtained the dancing lotus yet. It would be a pity to leave just like that. After Mu Qinghe said that, everyone fell silent and looked at Shengguanyu. Even the sect disciples who had been admiring the beautiful scenery of Mirror Lake and were full of yearning were now nervous. In the beginning, no one took Mu Qinghe's warning to heart. But when something happened to Elder Qiushi, they immediately understood that this place was completely different from what they had expected. Mu Qinghe's words weren't alarmist words. She might even have been tactful. They came to the great desolate swamp mostly for the treasures here. But the premise was that they had to be alive. The dancing lotus was indeed a rare treasure, but if they had to pay with their lives for it, no one would continue to do it. Shengguanyu also knew this. At this time, it wasn't appropriate for her to send anyone. That would be sending them to their deaths. But she really wanted to get the dancing lotus. Jiang Yucheng saw that she seemed to be very conflicted and could roughly guess her thoughts. Everyone saw the scene just now. This Mirror Lake is indeed strange. If we stay any longer, I'm afraid the casualties will be even more serious. It's better to evacuate first. Anyway, the dancing lotus is here, and it will bloom for a few years. Let's go back to Xiling first and think of a way to get it later. Sheng Guanyu was still a little hesitant. But, what if something happens during this time? You've seen how difficult it is to deal with the dancing lotus. Even Elder Qiushi couldn't escape. Who can easily take it away? Sheng Guanyu thought about it and felt that his words made sense. In the entire Tianling dynasty, there weren't many people who were stronger than Elder Qiushi. As long as the news of the dancing lotus's appearance wasn't leaked, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. Jiang Yucheng looked at her, and his voice became gentler. Also, you need to go back and recuperate as soon as possible. It won't delay anything if you come back after you've recovered. These words finally convinced Sheng Guanyu. Her body and face both needed to be recuperated. With the mirror lake in this state, she definitely wouldn't have the chance to make a move on anyone. It was better to go back to Xiling first. Perhaps she could find a suitable person and opportunity. She thought for a moment and finally nodded. Okay. After Sheng Guanyu agreed, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The two royal elders who came with them had both died. The danger of the Dahuang swamp was obvious. If they were a little unlucky, they might be the ones who died. Under Mu Qinghe's command, everyone began to evacuate. However, compared to the excitement they had when they came, everyone now looked dejected and disappointed. They had all come with all kinds of expectations, but who knew that they would end up with nothing and almost lose their lives? Because there were more injured people, Zhu Hong and the others from Dragon Teeth Mountain walked at the back. However, compared to the other sects, they were luckier. Although they had many injured people, their survival rate was extremely high. No one died. Just this point alone was enough to make people envious. After all, the disciples who came here were all famous geniuses from various sections. The death of any one of them was a great loss to them. However, the most miserable was not the few weaker sects in Tianji Manor, but the Purple Shao Sword sect. They came with 10 people. When they returned, only 3 people were left. One of them was even the Purple Shao Sword sect's young master, Song Qingnian. Although the remaining 2 saved their lives, they were seriously injured. Their future cultivation might be affected. Who would have thought that the high-spirited Purple Shao Sword sect would end up like this in the end? The sky had already completely darkened. A bright moon rose into the sky, scattering its light. Everyone traveled for a long time and finally returned to the border area of the 3 places. Standing here again, everyone's mood was already completely different from before. On the left, the once lush mystic forest had already become a wilderness. The ground was rugged and uneven. Withered branches and withered leaves covered it, mixed with withered tree trunks and festering tree roots. At a glance, it was like a ghost domain. A sinister aura enveloped the area. Just looking at it from afar made one shudder. Zhu Hong could not help but look at Mu Qinghe and ask softly, "Vice Admiral Mu, Hong Yu and the rest are still inside. Shall we wait for them?" Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 766. As soon as he said that, the people nearby fell silent for a moment. They all looked over with different expressions. Mu Qinghe looked serious and did not answer immediately. Instead, it was Sheng Guanwan who heard the commotion and narrowed her eyes dangerously, asking deliberately, "Vice Admiral Mu, what are you talking about?" Mu Qinghe knew that she could actually hear them, but she asked deliberately. However, he still lowered his head slightly and said word by word, "Mu Hongyu and the others have not returned yet. Your Highness, should we wait here for a while and bring them back to West Hill?" Sheng Guanwan widened her eyes slightly, as if she was very surprised. "They're not here yet? It's been a long time. Haven't they given up?" She did not need to say the rest of the sentence. Everyone knew what she meant. The surroundings were silent. Zhu Hong could not help but argue. "Your Highness, they're in the mystic forest. They probably don't know that we're planning to go back. They didn't even hear the news. How could they rush here? Sheng Wanwan was deliberately making things difficult for them. Oh. I see. I was only thinking about retrieving the dancing lotus to treat my father's illness. I forgot about these things. Sheng Wanwan reacted quickly and immediately defended herself. She glanced at Zhu Hong with gloomy eyes and said meaningfully, "It seems that Dragon Teeth Mountain and Chongshu Pavilion are really close. You're still thinking about them at this time." Zhu Hong straightened his back and said frankly, "Lu Yu saved the people of Dragon Teeth Mountain. We all owe her a favor. Moreover, Hong Yu is also there. Naturally, we are worried." Sheng Wanwan choked. Before she could speak, Zhu Hong continued, "Your Highness, we beg you to release the signal immediately and summon them back. We'll leave together when they return. The Dahuang swamp is full of danger. If they stay here alone, I'm afraid." Sheng Wanwan was impatient and interrupted him. "If they don't come back, are we going to let so many people wait here forever?" "Zhu Hong, I know what you're thinking, but you have to know that the big picture is more important." Zhu Hong choked. Seeing that he had nothing to say, Sheng Wanwan brushed her hair behind her ear with satisfaction. Anyway, with Qin Yi and Lei Laosi around, nothing should happen to them. Right now, everyone is gravely injured. Many people's injuries cannot be delayed. With that, she turned around to leave. Whoosh, the sharp sound of something breaking through the air suddenly rang in his ears. Sheng Wanwan turned her head in astonishment, only to see Jiang Yuqing holding a jade tube in his hand. Bang! Above the sky, a loud bang suddenly exploded. She looked up and saw a brilliant firework blooming in the night sky. Because it was night time, it was even more conspicuous. Even if Mu Hongyu and the others were in the mystic forest, they should be able to see it. Rest here for 2 hours. If they don't show up in 2 hours, we'll leave immediately. Jiang Yuqing's tone was very calm, but there was no room for disobedience. Obviously, he was not discussing it with Sheng Wanwan, but directly making this decision. Yes. Mu Qinghe responded and ordered everyone to rest on the spot before setting off in 2 hours. Zhu Hong and the rest heaved a sigh of relief and started anxiously waiting for Mu Hongyu and the others to return. Other than them, there were many others who also looked in the direction of the mystic forest and waited silently. Whispers could be heard. "I wonder if they can come back in time. Compared to this, I'm more curious about Ms. Chu's situation. Do you think she's really still alive?" "This is hard to say. Anyway, I owe Ms. Chu my life. If it weren't for her, I would have died in the swamp of the mystic forest. It'd be best if she could come back. If not, then, we have to be more polite when we see the people from Chongshu Pavilion. Actually, I think that there's a possibility. Have you forgotten that she won first place in the Wanzheng competition back then? Back then, she was already able to defeat so many people in the Tianling God realm. She might be able to turn danger into safety this time. I hope so." There were many people who were saved by Chu Luyue, and most of them were the iron-blooded black cavalry. They naturally valued this kindness even more. They also sincerely hoped that Chu Luyue would return safely like the others. Sheng Wanwan heard these words clearly. She clenched her fists and looked at Jiang Yuqing angrily. What does he mean by this? It's only 2 hours. It'll be over soon. Jiang Yuqing didn't seem to mind her emotions and only spoke indifferently. Many people are indebted to Chu Luyue for saving their lives. If you leave just like this, have you thought about what they will say in private? Sheng Wanwan bit her lip and swallowed the words in her throat. She turned around and didn't look at Jiang Yuqing anymore. Jiang Yuqing frowned. Sheng Wanwan was scheming, but she was narrow-minded and short-sighted. She didn't look at the big picture. Didn't she know how important the Black Cavalry was to maintaining the imperial power? The Black Cavalry was like an iron plate. Anyone who kicked it forcefully would only suffer. Mu Qinghe was the deputy general of the Black Cavalry and held military power. His words were more dignified than Sheng Guanwan's, the third princess. This was also one of the reasons why Jiang Yucheng didn't choose to kill Mu Qinghe back then. One move could affect the whole body. Even if Mu Qinghe listened to him now, he didn't dare to underestimate Mu Qinghe and the Black Cavalry behind him. Looking at Sheng Guanwan's angry back, Jiang Yucheng rubbed his temples in annoyance. Back then, Sheng Guanyu was the princess. Her position was stable, and it could be said that no one could shake it. She could have been high and mighty in the imperial court and enjoyed everything. But she didn't. Jiang Yucheng had done a special investigation. Sheng Guanyu had put in a lot of effort for the Black Guards, both in the open and in the dark. She also took a lot of credit for taking down Dahuang Swamp. This was also why the Black Cavalry had always respected and admired her. However, she didn't deliberately publicize this. Instead, she kept a very low profile. As a result, the world only knew that it was Mu Qinghe who volunteered to be her right-hand man after achieving outstanding military achievements. But they didn't know that there was such an inside story. Sheng Guanwan was promoted halfway and didn't have the upper hand. If she completely offended the Black Cavalry, she might fail at the last step. If it was Sheng Guanyu, how could she make such a low-level mistake? Jiang Yucheng closed his eyes. That face that was as bright as the moon appeared in his mind again. Her smile was bright, gentle, and elegant. There was a trace of nobility between her eyebrows. It was as if she was high and mighty and unapproachable. Jiang Yucheng's lips curled into a faint smile, but it quickly dissipated and was gradually replaced by hatred. He didn't mind that she didn't like him. As long as she didn't like others. But she didn't do it. That face gradually disappeared. It was replaced by another face. Jiang Yucheng looked at the mystic forest. If she could come out alive this time, mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from love. Chapter 767. Bang! Hearing this loud sound, Mu Hongyu and the rest, who were still waiting in the mystic forest, all looked up. Yi Ranran widened his eyes slightly. That seems to be eldest young Master Zhang's signal. Mu Hongyu didn't have a good impression of Jiang Yucheng and the rest, so she frowned. It's already so late. Shouldn't they have left long ago? Yi Ranran explained. They seem to be gathering people. Maybe they're asking us to go back. Then, the two of them looked at each other. That bunch of people clearly left long ago. Why are they still gathering us now? That's where the three realms intersect. Qi glanced at it and said lightly. They're probably planning to wait for you guys before leaving. However, they probably won't wait for too long. If they really wanted Mu Hongyu and the rest to leave with them from the start, they would have sent the signal long ago. Why wait until now? We're already standing on the transportation formation. It doesn't matter if it's earlier or later. They're just calling people along the way. Mu Hongyu shook her head and was unmoved. I want to wait here for Lu Yu to come out. Me too. Yi Ranran nodded firmly. Chang Wanzhou stood at the side and didn't say much. In actual fact, he didn't even look at the signal flare. From beginning to end, his attention was focused on the mother tree. Lei Laosi glanced at the gradually dissipating fireworks and chuckled. Hypocrite. They were already very clear about what kind of person Jiang Yucheng was. The remaining few people shouldn't have been able to enter his eyes. For some reason, he actually did this time. However, to Lei Laosi, he didn't have good intentions no matter what. If it weren't because Her Highness wanted to form a contract with the red-tailed phoenix, they definitely wouldn't have let Jiang Yucheng off so easily. And that Sheng Guanwan, anyway, the nine-colored heavenly pheasant had already successfully broken through to become a red-tailed phoenix, so they didn't have to wait here anymore. When Her Highness comes out, they can also leave this place together. When that time comes, they'll suffer. This summoning signal did not attract their attention. After a brief chat, they put the matter to the back of their minds and concentrated on waiting for Chu Luiyue to come out. Under Qin Yi's request, Mu Hongyu and Yi Ranran started cultivating while waiting. No one knew when Chu Luiyue would come out. It was always good to increase one's strength. As for Chang Wanzhou, after swallowing a pill, he continued to stand guard. At first, Qin Yi didn't pay much attention to it and thought that the pill was for him to treat his injuries. However, he soon discovered that Chang Wanzhou's aura was growing stronger. The key was that he did not absorb the energy of heaven and earth around him to increase his strength. Instead, the energy was emitted from his body. Therefore, even if he wasn't as focused on cultivation as Mu Hongyu and Yi Ranran, his cultivation was still slowly improving. Gradually, a thin layer of frost covered Chang Wanzhou's body. Even the ground beneath his feet was covered in a layer of ice. A chilly aura was emitted from his body, but the Cloud Sky Copper Sword kept burning with a sparrow blue flame. The Cloud Sky Copper Sword contained Chu Luiyue's strength, so he could use this method to sense her aura more clearly. Just like that, Chang Wanzhou waited for Chu Luiyue under the two extreme forces, one cold and one hot, while increasing his strength. What's wrong with this fellow? Lei Laosi finally noticed that something was amiss and couldn't help but mumble. I've never seen someone cultivate like this. Qin Yi narrowed his eyes. There should be a cold aura in his body, and this cold aura contains a large amount of strength. As long as he dispels this cold aura, his strength will naturally increase. Lei Laosi secretly thought that his big brother's eyes were sharp and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Big brother, you're not a celestial physician, so how do you know this? Qin Yi smiled lightly. It's just a guess. When Chang Wanzhou heard this voice, he finally turned to look at the two of them. His gaze stopped on Qin Yi's face for a moment, and his brows, which were covered by his short blonde hair, knitted slightly as he subconsciously became alert. Other than myself, only Chu Luiyue knows about my body's condition. This Qin Yi. How did he know? He said that it was a guess, but Chang Wanzhou didn't quite believe it. This guess was way too accurate. As though he saw through Chang Wanzhou's suspicion, Qin Yi raised his brows. You don't have to look at me like that. I've seen a similar example in a book before. When I saw your situation, I naturally thought of it. A shocked expression flashed across Chang Wanzhou's face. After hesitating for a moment, he finally spoke and asked hesitantly, you said, you saw a similar situation like mine in a book before? Qin Yi nodded. According to the records, that person successfully dispelled the cold aura in his body and broke through to become a top warrior. However, the process was very difficult, and normal people wouldn't be able to persevere. Actually, what he didn't say was that there wasn't only one example in that book. In actual fact, there were hundreds and thousands of people who encountered such a situation. Out of so many people, only one succeeded in the end. Those who didn't all died. This meant that there should be many people like that other than Chang Wanzhou. However, Chang Wanzhou should be the only one who managed to survive. However, he clearly didn't know anything about this. Chang Wanzhou pressed his lips together. What book is that? Can I take a look? Ever since he could remember, his body had been like this. He had no parents, no relatives, and no friends. Growing up in the barren and barbaric Nanjiang, he suffered a lot. If I didn't meet that person later on, I would have died in Thousand Reed Lake. That book isn't mine, and I think it can't be found anymore. At this point, a hint of desolation flashed across Qin Yi's eyes. When Chang Wanzhou saw this, he didn't ask anymore. Instead, it was Qin Yi who suddenly asked after a moment of silence. The pill you swallowed just now should have helped you dispel this cold air, right? Chang Wanzhou nodded. Where did this pill come from? Chang Wanzhou didn't hide it. Lu Yu made it. This was within his expectations. Her Highness has also read that book, so it's normal for her to know how to make it. Qin Yi smiled faintly. You're really lucky. He actually survived it alone. Chang Wanzhou nodded seriously. My luck is really good. Everyone I met treated me well. Suddenly, an extremely faint pattern flashed across his glabella. Qin Yi was suddenly stunned. There's a seal in your body? Chang Wanzhou looked at him in shock and nodded hesitantly. Even Chu Luyue didn't know about this. That was because that seal was also covered by the cold air. Now that the cold air in his body gradually melted and dissipated, that seal gradually revealed itself. However, since that seal didn't do anything, he didn't pay much attention to it. Qin Yi was shocked as he hurriedly asked, "Who left that seal for you?" That seems to be digression. 6 p.m. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Web. Chapter 768. Chang Wanzhou shook his head. I don't know either. He only knew that there was a seal in his body, but he didn't know when it appeared or who set it up. Also, this seal itself was very strange. If other people had a seal in their body, it would usually be used to suppress their force. However, this wasn't the case for his seal. It even froze because of the strong Yin aura. Until now, Chang Wanzhou still didn't know what the seal was used for. He had once thought of removing it, but he had tried many methods, but the seal remained unaffected. In the end, when he saw that the seal didn't move, he decided to just put this matter aside. He didn't expect Qin Yi to actually see through it. Also, he seemed to be very anxious. Disappointment flashed across Qin Yi's eyes when he heard Chang Wanzhou's reply. He walked to Chang Wanzhou and wanted to take a closer look to confirm if it was what he had guessed. However, the seal pattern had already disappeared. Seeing Qin Yi staring at his glabella, Chang Wanzhou instantly understood something. There's something on my head? After confirming that the seal wouldn't appear again, he sighed in his heart and nodded. It just flashed, so I didn't see it clearly. Chang Wanzhou scrutinized his expression and asked tentatively, "What's the matter? You've seen this seal before?" Qin Yi kept quiet for a while before replying softly. I think so, but the impression is a little blurry. Plus, I didn't see it clearly. I can't quite recall it. Chang Wanzhou was skeptical. If that seal really appeared on my glabella, Qin Yi's eyes would have been filled with shock the moment he saw it. That kind of expression definitely wasn't something that someone who couldn't recall would have. I don't want to talk about it. Why is that? However, Chang Wanzhou didn't continue asking. Qin Yi looked at him with a complicated gaze before retracting his gaze. After a while, he said, "As your abilities increase, that seal will definitely appear again. Just be more careful. If there are any abnormalities, inform me as soon as possible." His tone was a little solemn. Chang Wanzhou thought for a moment and gently nodded. The few people around him were a little confused by this scene and looked over one after another. Lei Laosi couldn't help but ask. "Big brother, what's wrong?" Qin Yi shook his head. "Nothing." Since he denied it like this, the others naturally couldn't continue to say anything. Lei Laosi was a little perturbed. His elder brother had always been calm and composed. Except for the time when he heard that something had happened to His Highness, he had almost never seen him so emotional. He didn't see the seal that flashed across Chang Wanzhou's head. He didn't know what it was that made his big brother lose his composure like this. After this small commotion, the group quieted down again. Only Qin Yi remained calm on the surface, but his heart was in turmoil. If he was not mistaken, His Highness shouldn't know about this yet. When he had the chance, he had to inform her as soon as possible. An hour was gone in a flash. The direction of the mystic forest was silent. Mu Hongyu and the others were still nowhere to be seen. The hope in Zhu Hong and the others' eyes gradually dimmed. It's already so late, yet they still aren't here. They definitely don't intend to leave with us. Many people at the side also revealed regretful and disappointed expressions. They originally hoped that Chu Luyue and the others could appear together. It's time, right? Asked Sheng Wanwan. At this point, she had already calmed down. As Chu Luyue and the others didn't come back on time, her mood was much better. This can only prove that Mu Hongyu and the others still haven't found Chu Luyue. How can they find him? What a joke. Unless they flip the entire mystic forest upside down, there's still a slight possibility. However, by then, Chu Luyue would probably have rotted into a pile of bones. Jiang Yucheng looked down and hid the emotions in his eyes. Let's go. Mu Qinghe went forward and activated the transportation array. The group of people quickly disappeared. The cold moonlight sprinkled on the vast and boundless Dahuang swamp, bringing with it a bit of desolation and loneliness. Unknowingly, a red spot appeared on the moon. The red dot gradually expanded, and soon, it covered the entire area without a sound. The originally bright and unparalleled moon completely turned blood red. It looked strange and strange. The hot and dry desert during the day became incomparably cold at night. The night wind blew, and it was bone-chilling. Under the undulating sand dunes, something seemed to be agitating. Suddenly, an ethereal voice was heard. She's back? It was impossible to tell whether this voice was male or female. It was as pleasant as music and intoxicating. A moment later, sand rolled down from the sand dunes not far away, forming a quicksand and making rustling sounds. How is this possible? This seemed to be the voice of a baby. It sounded very young, but the tone was very mature with a trace of resentment. Back then, she said that she would be back in a few days. In the end, a few years have passed and there's still no trace of her. How can a person who goes back on her words be trusted? I don't want to see her again in this life. If you don't want to see her, then why do you look outside every night of the red moon? Do you think we don't know what you've been doing all day? This time, the one who spoke seemed to be an old man. His voice was old and had a bit of laziness. This desert has been stirred up by you. There's no peace in this place. The baby-like voice was silent for a long time before it said fiercely, so what if I'm looking? I just want to see how long she can drag it out. In this world, only she dares to lie to me like this. After scolding fiercely, it felt that it was not enough and muttered angrily. That damn girl. When I see her, I must teach her a good lesson. Let's see if she dares to run away again. If you want to hit her, you can hit her. I can't bear to hit her. The old man laughed. You old cunning man. Same to you. The voice that spoke at the beginning finally sounded again. That person seemed to chuckle and said slowly, what's the use of saying this now? The girl hasn't been seen yet. But, why did she go to the mystic forest? I haven't been here for a few years, and you've even forgotten the rules. The baby-like voice scolded in a low voice, but then it stopped abruptly. Wait. There seems to be something wrong with the mystic forest. The other two were silent for a moment. That thing is coming out. The old man exclaimed. Why did she go there at this time? Didn't I tell her before? It seems that the girl's courage has grown a lot after not seeing her for a few years. The pleasant and ethereal voice seemed to be drifting with the wind. I'll go take a look myself. I'll go too. Why are you in such a hurry? Wait for me. The voices gradually quieted down. Only the subtle sound of sand flowing was left. The Red Moon Desert returned to peace again. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 769. On the other side of the mystic forest, a few people had sneaked into it. How long has it been? How did the mystic forest become like this? Someone came. I think it's Mu Qinghe and a bunch of black cavalry. Also, there are a few more that we haven't seen before. Heh, these people are really unlucky to come here and encounter such a situation. Wait. Why is that sparrow gone? I think I smell the red-tailed phoenix. Did that sparrow successfully break through? How is that possible? That fellow is missing half of her soul. Wait, there seem to be a few more people in front. Those two silly fellows are still here. Why are there a few more little ones? That sparrow really seems to have broken through. But why do I feel like she's underground? Could it be that she's old, so her ears and eyes aren't working well? You're right. She's underground. I think, she's with that thing. The one who said this was the elder. Once he said this, the other two instantly quietened down. After a moment, that baby-like voice sounded angrily. I told you to dig that thing out and give it to her. Give it to her. You just had to say that the timing wasn't right. Great, she really went down by herself now. If that girl bumps into it, I'll beat you up. There's nothing wrong with a child wanting something, but that thing isn't normal. If we really gave it to her directly, who knows what kind of trouble might have arisen. The pleasant voice didn't sound that anxious as it spoke slowly. I wonder who said that he wanted to teach that girl a lesson just now, but in the blink of an eye, he became angry with us because of her. Pfft, Big Bao, you're really impressive. Try calling me Big Bao again. Little Bao? Damn pervert, you're courting death. Can the two of you fight further away? Don't disturb me from looking at the girl. Scram. Scram. This commotion didn't attract the attention of Qin Yi and the rest. The night was as cold as water. Everything here was no different from during the day. Yi Ranran and Mu Hongyu were already asleep. Chang Wanzhou was sitting cross-legged beside the two of them, the cloud sky copper sword lying across his knees. As Lei Laosi and Qin Yi had powerful cultivations, they didn't need to sleep. As long as they regulated their breathing, they could recover their energy. The two of them watched over Mu Hongyu and the others while looking at the completely withered Wan Yeshan. Suddenly, the wind in the forest became louder. On the mother tree, a branch broke and fell to the ground, making a sound. Lei Laosi suddenly jumped up. Who? He glanced around nervously, but he didn't find anyone. Qin Yi rubbed his glabella helplessly. It's just a broken branch. It's not a big deal. Fourth brother, you're too tense. Lei Laosi looked over and scratched his head awkwardly. I see. I thought, he sighed, unable to hide his disappointment. Just now, he thought that His Highness had come out. Qin Yi also knew that Lei Laosi was too worried about Chu Luiyue, so he said gently, rest for a while first. However, Lei Laosi shook his head and refused. Seeing his determined expression, Qin Yi didn't persuade him anymore. The forest quietened down again. Old thing, have you not moved for too long that your limbs aren't nimble? With that commotion just now, do you want the entire Dahuang swamp to know that you're here? Big Bao's voice was filled with disdain. The elder coughed. That was an accident. Who told you two to keep quarreling? It's more important to find the girl first. That's right. We can only come out during the night of the red moon once a month. Other than that, we don't know what happens in the outside world. The time we can freely move around outside is at most 4 hours. This is a rare opportunity, so we have to hurry up. The few of them stopped quarreling and rushed down together. It seems like that thing's seal broke by itself. Look at this place. How much has it ruined? It's been so many years. That seal should have rotted long ago. It's already a miracle that it can last until today. However, I'm curious. Could it be that the girl calculated the time long ago and specially came at this time? It's not impossible. But she's really gutsy to barge in here. I guess she should have broken through again, right? Isn't that obvious? Back then, the space below seems to be locked up by that thing. Girl is really there. I'll go check it out first, get out of my way. What's there to quarrel about? Do the two of you want to compete with me in terms of looks? Girl has always liked me the most. Alright, I'm going. Damn pervert, you're shameless. Chu Luiyue was focused on cultivating. After breaking through to the intermediate stage 5, she intentionally slowed down the speed of absorbing energy. There was a gap between the intermediate stage and the peak stage, and she had to seriously fill it to ensure that it was solid. Even though Chu Luiyue wanted to improve her skills as soon as possible, she wouldn't blindly do something radical. Suddenly, her ears twitched. Why did it sound like someone was talking? She opened her eyes and looked up subconsciously. The green halo almost completely blocked her vision, and the space above was dark. She couldn't see anything clearly. It didn't seem any different from before. Luyu, what's wrong? Taizu asked curiously. Chu Luiyue pointed up. Taizu, did you hear someone talking? No. Taizu looked up curiously. How could there be someone here? Did you hear wrongly? Chu Luiyue frowned slightly. At this time, it was indeed unlikely that someone would come here. Maybe she really heard wrongly. She retracted her gaze and was about to continue cultivating when she suddenly heard a call. Girl digression, 12:00 tomorrow mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from the Love Network. Chapter 770. Chu Luiyue's heart seemed to have been touched by something. She looked up again. Although she still couldn't see anything clearly, she had an inexplicable feeling that she was being watched. That voice was definitely not her hallucination. That voice was calling her, and it sounded very intimate. However, that voice and tone were very unfamiliar. She seemed to have never heard it before. But somehow, it seemed vaguely familiar. There weren't many people who could call her that, and those who had the ability to reach here were even fewer. Who was it? The moment Chu Luiyue looked up, the three people who were originally filled with anticipation and joy were all stunned. It's been a few years. How did this girl's appearance change so much? And she looks much younger. Lan Xiao, who was at the front, crossed his arms and touched his chin with one hand as he said in a daze. He only knew that when one cultivated to a certain level, they would never age. But that depended on their age. If a 20-year-old and an 80-year-old crossed that threshold at the same time, there would naturally be a huge difference. Other than that, he had never heard of anyone who could rejuvenate themselves. Lan Xiao, your eyesight isn't as good as mine. That girl isn't a girl. Diwu Zhangzi stroked his white beard and chuckled. You haven't seen that girl for a few years, and you actually forgot what she looks like? Let's see what you can say when she finds out. If it were any other time, Lan Zhan would definitely refute him. But at this moment, he couldn't care less. His eyes were staring straight at the girl below, and his brows were slightly furrowed. That's not right. He naturally remembered what the girl looked like, and logically speaking, he definitely wouldn't mistake her. But this girl, that's the girl. Dugu Mabao, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. Although his tone was cold, because his voice was too similar to a baby's, it sounded a little out of place, as if a child was pretending to be an adult. Lan Xiao and Diwu Zhangzi both fell silent for a moment. Although her appearance is different, the aura of this soul is definitely the same. Although Dugu Mabao had a bad temper, he had always been very accurate in this aspect. Since even he had said so, then it must be true. Diwu Zhangzi widened his eyes in shock and lowered his head to take a closer look. However, the girl had already retracted her gaze. From their position, they could only see the top of her head. No wonder. When I first saw her, I subconsciously thought that she was a girl. I wasn't mistaken. Lan Xiao heaved a sigh of relief and glanced at Diwu Zhangzi. I didn't recognize her, but you? Diwu Zhangzi's face flushed red, and he was somewhat embarrassed. This isn't entirely my fault. Who would have thought that this lass would actually change her appearance? Everything was fine, how did it end up like this? Diwu Zhangzi's question was also what the other two wanted to know. Lan Xiao pondered seriously for a moment. Could it be that the little girl dislikes her appearance for not being beautiful enough? Was that why he changed his face? Dugu Mobao looked at him as if he was an idiot. Damn pervert, do you think everyone is like you? You can change your face as you wish, but can this girl do the same? Besides, who in this world would think that her previous face wasn't beautiful enough? Lan Xiao didn't mind being called a damn pervert. Instead, he deeply agreed with the latter sentence. That's true. If it weren't for the fact that he doted on this girl, he would have already taken her face. That was really a rare beauty in this world. He raised his eyebrows slightly, and there was some admiration in his eyes. However, her current appearance is still a little young and inexperienced. When she grows up, she won't lose to the past at all. Speaking of which, why is she tormenting herself like this? Dugu Mabao's face darkened. Not only did she change her face, but her body has also changed. These words made the other two's faces change slightly. To them, changing one's appearance was nothing much. However, it was different after changing her body. One must know that to a cultivator, the physical body was extremely important. Dantian. Core of essence. Yuan meridian. Once the physical body was abandoned, all these would be abandoned too. Moreover, that girl had the Tianjing Yuan meridian. The three of them fell into a short silence. Previously, they relied on their perception of the girl's soul. However, they didn't expect that other than this soul, the rest of the girl's body had been replaced. What exactly was going on? Do you think that the girl hasn't come for these few years? Could it be that she didn't forget, but something happened? Diwu Zhangzi said slowly. They had never thought of this possibility before. The girl was smart and cunning, and she was extremely talented and strong. Back then, she could still exchange a few blows with them. How could something have happened? From the bottom of their hearts, they didn't want to believe this guess. However, if this was true, what exactly happened to cause her to change her body and start all over again? Diwu Zhangzi said, let's wait first. It seems that the girl is now at odds with that 2-Tian baby. It won't be too late to ask her when she comes out. Dugu Mobao clenched his fists, and his body was filled with killing intent. Lan Zhao's eyebrows twitched. He was afraid that he would make a scene now and start a massacre. He quickly said, hey, Big Bao. Calm down. The girl hasn't come out yet. We'll talk about everything after we find out. What's the use of getting angry now? Dugu Mobao gritted his teeth and said word by word, where the hell did that Rong Xiu kid go? His Highness the Holy Sun, who was reading files at his desk, suddenly sneezed. He put down the brush in his hand, rubbed his eyebrows, and chuckled. Seems like someone is thinking about me. He paused for a moment and finished reading all the files in front of him. Then, he got up and walked to the window. A snow-white figure suddenly flew down from the sky at high speed. The soldiers who were standing guard outside the hall all looked up in surprise. How long had it been? Why did His Highness's devil beast look like it had become stronger again? Shue swept across the empty space in front of the hall, and a layer of frost actually condensed on the ground. Its figure had already entered the hall and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. This time, Shue still chose to break the window and enter. Fortunately, the hall was spacious enough, and the items used were all top-notch, so there was no need to worry about them being damaged. Shue leaped into the room. Rong Xiu looked at it, and his thin lips curved up. You sure know how to pick the right time. Xue Xue had already guessed what its master wanted it to do. It wagged its tail happily and looked at Rong Xiu with its icy blue eyes. After waiting for a while, Rong Xiu's smile deepened. You can go first. I planned to bring Xue Xue along later, but it seems like I can't wait anymore. Xue Xue was very excited and ran out. Roar! Its roar shook the sky. It wasn't hard to tell how happy it was. Rong Xiu looked at its rapidly disappearing figure and raised his eyebrows. Even he felt a headache from the anger of those few people. Let Xue Xue go first. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 771. At this moment, Xue Xue had no idea that it had been sold by its master. It was overjoyed as it tore through space and plunged into it. It headed straight for Dahuang Swamp. After a while, Rong Xiu retracted his gaze. After pondering for a moment, he pushed the door open and walked out. Greetings, Your Highness. Seeing him come out, the soldiers outside the door immediately bowed respectfully. You may rise. Rong Xiu's expression had returned to calmness, and no one could tell that he was angry. 36 Respected Elder Ming hasn't returned yet? Not yet, Your Highness. Rong Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly. Calculating the time, he had been gone for quite some time. According to 36 Respected Elder Ming's temper, he shouldn't have wasted so much time with the Ming division. He didn't intend to get involved in this. After all, the Ming division was too difficult to deal with. But now, he had to rush to Dahuang Swamp as soon as possible. Then, he had to find 36 Respected Elder Ming to discuss this matter. He thought for a moment, then walked forward. In the dim space, the surroundings were silent. However, Chu Luyue felt as if someone was whispering in her ear. Although she couldn't hear it clearly, it was still there. Only after a long time had passed did it gradually quiet down. She glanced at Taizu without batting an eyelid, but didn't see any abnormality in his expression. It seemed that Taizu really didn't hear anything. Strange, Chu Luyue lowered her eyes and thought to herself. Could it be that someone deliberately let me hear these voices? But the other party doesn't seem to have any ill intentions, and even there's some undisguised joy and doting. It's as if they were very familiar with each other. Chu Luyue thought for a while, but still came up with nothing. In the end, she closed her eyes, put away her thoughts, and continued to devour the two Tian babies' power. Bang! A crisp and soft sound was heard. Another fragment fell from the heaven-wrecking holy seed. Then, it flew silently toward Chu Luyue and melted into the water screen, turning into a water droplet and entering her body. Seeing this scene, the three of them were all stunned. Even the furious Dugu Mabao was stunned. He stopped scolding Rong Xiu halfway. What is this girl doing? That layer of crystal was formed after the two Tian baby swallowed thousands of years of power. It was specially used to protect itself before it matured. She actually swallowed it just like that? Lan Shao clicked his tongue. I didn't expect that the lass would become younger, and her ability would also increase. See, I told you that you can't just dig it out and give it to her, right? Now, the little girl can deal with it herself. Such top-notch existences usually had spirituality. It wasn't impossible to force it to submit, but if it carried unwillingness and anger, there would eventually be hidden dangers. Only by completely suppressing it and making it submit to him could it truly be considered his own. In that case, he wouldn't have to worry about using it in the future. Although the little girl was only gnawing on small pieces, it was still extremely outstanding. As long as there was enough time, she would definitely be able to rely on her own ability to take down the two Tian baby. Diwu Zhangze was secretly amazed. What is that water curtain? Can you guys see it? The lass is only a stage 5 warrior now, but with that water curtain, she can actually go against the 2 Tian baby and even have the upper hand. Lan Xiao looked over, shook his head, and said very honestly, I can't see it. Dugu Mabao held back for a long time before saying unwillingly, I can't see it. The other two looked at him in surprise. Dabeo, you've been roaming the continent for many years and have seen more rare treasures than the two of us combined. There's actually something that you can't see the origin of. He had a fiery temper and was proud and stubborn. It wasn't easy for him to admit it. Dugu Mabao waved his hand in annoyance. It's so far away, and there's the 2 Tian babies' divine realm blocking it. What can you see? When the lass finishes dealing with the 2 Tian baby, can't she just say it herself? No matter what, it's not an ordinary item. Shang Wanwan and the rest finally returned to Xiling after passing through several teleportation portals. The Pingliang Square was as noisy as usual. Suddenly, the largest teleportation portal in the middle started rotating slowly. Everyone turned to look at him, their faces filled with shock. Look! The teleportation portal is actually moving. Could it be that the third princess and the rest are coming back? It can't be, right? Didn't they just leave not long ago? Plus the time spent on the journey back and forth. They can't be coming back right after reaching Dahuang Swamp, right? But that teleportation portal is exclusively for them. Ever since they left, it hasn't been moved. Could it be that someone dares to use it without permission? Isn't that someone tired of living? While everyone was discussing, the surrounding black guards had already reacted quickly. The people on Pingliang Square were all chased down. The black guards surrounded the area, and the transportation array in the middle was also surrounded in a circle. The cold and stern black cavalry was ready for battle. It was as if they were welcoming a big shot. Seeing this scene, what else could the crowd not understand? To be able to make the black cavalry like this, the third princess and the rest must be back. In the face of such a serious aura, many people were silent. However, their eyes were still fixed on the center. Obviously, everyone wanted to see the results of the third princess leading the army to Dahuang Swamp to help His Majesty get the medicine. Soon, several figures appeared on the teleportation portal. Who else could it be but the third princess Shangguanwan? Standing beside her was Jiang Yucheng. The surrounding black cavalry immediately knelt down to welcome her. Welcome back, third princess. The onlookers naturally had to bow as well. In an instant, a large number of people knelt down in all directions. Rise. Shangguanwan said. Everyone stood up one after another. However, when they saw Shangguanwan's appearance clearly, many people were surprised. Shangguanwan's face was covered with a veil. Moreover, she was wearing a cloak with the hood on her head, almost covering half of her face. In such a dress, everyone could only see a pair of eyes, and the rest was tightly covered. Although it was winter at this time, because it was almost spring, it was not that cold. It was really a little strange for Shangguanwan to be dressed like this. However, ordinary people were naturally not qualified to ask these questions. A young man stepped forward. He seemed to be the general of the Black Cavalry. The last General Lu Shan greets the third princess. Eldest young master. Deputy General. Shangguanwan did not want to stay here any longer, so she directly said, all the Black Cavalry soldiers and disciples of various sects have worked very hard on this trip. Go back and rest. In addition, I have something important to discuss with the court officials. Pass down the order, all the major sect leaders and aristocratic family heads are to go to the palace immediately. Although Lu Shan was confused, he immediately said, yes. Digression, in the morning, the editor suddenly said that the names of the articles could not be punctuated, so everyone began to change the names. It was a chaotic morning. The meeting continued at 6 p.m. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from AI Network. Chapter 772. No one expected their return to be so sudden and so dull. Back then, the third princess led 1,000 black cavalry and several disciples from various sects to Dahuang Swamp. They had a powerful lineup and a magnificent momentum. But now, this was simply too surprising. Lu Shan and the others were also very puzzled. According to the plan, the third princess and the others should be back in about a month, but how long had it been? Moreover, logically speaking, they should have notified them before they came back. But they didn't receive any news at all. If they hadn't seen the teleportation array start to move, they wouldn't have known that they were back. Shang Wanwan's face was covered with scars and couldn't be completely covered with a veil. Helplessly, she could only cover it with a hood. Although it looked a little strange, it could be completely covered. How many pairs of eyes in West Hill were watching her? Once her disfigured appearance was seen by others, who knew what kind of storm it would cause. Therefore, even if this appearance would cause people to speculate and discuss, she still insisted on it. She wanted to take a carriage back to the palace, but they came back too suddenly, and it was definitely too late now. After giving instructions, Shang Wanwan directly lifted her feet and walked forward. Jiang Yucheng was half a step behind her and walked with her. After a short moment of silence, the remaining black guards and disciples of various sects also dispersed. This scene was actually very awkward. The onlookers looked at each other. What's going on? Just like that? I thought that we would come back in glory. This is different from what I expected. Don't you see that the black cavalry has lost a lot of people? And the disciples of those sects seem to have lost a lot. It seems to be true. It seems that there are about 300 to 400 black cavalry who didn't come back. Hiss, the casualties in this trip to Dahuang Swamp are so heavy. It was originally a dangerous place, so this result is normal, right? In the past, when Vice Admiral Mu led the army, more than half of them were killed or injured. But at that time, it was a rebellion in Dahuang Swamp. Now that Dahuang Swamp has been pacified, isn't it a little strange? The third princess also felt a little strange when she saw this. But since it was so tragic, it should be because they had seized a lot of medicinal herbs that His Majesty needed, right? Everyone discussed in low voices. All sorts of voices kept entering Shang Wanwan's ears. Anger surged in her chest, and all the blood in her body rushed to her head. Her face under the veil was torn apart again because of her ferocious expression. This made her even more annoyed. Those words were like invisible slaps that ruthlessly slapped her face. She quickened her pace. Mu Qinghe did not leave with them. Instead, she stayed behind to take care of the black cavalry. After Lu Sen respectfully sent off Shang Wanwan and the others, he looked at Mu Qinghe in confusion. He was a little anxious. Deputy General, why didn't you inform us that you were coming back this time? This welcome is too hasty. Mu Qinghe shook her head. I've kept this matter in mind, so I didn't have time to inform you. It's fine. Immediately send people to bring the injured black cavalry back to recuperate. In addition, Tian Zhuangzhuang and the others will report the casualties to you. I'll leave them to you to deal with the aftermath. Lu San's heart sank when he heard this. The last general understands. He looked up and quickly scanned the surroundings. He realized that the number of casualties might be much higher than he had expected. His mood became heavier. Dahuang Swamp was indeed full of danger, but ever since Mu Qinghe led the troops to quell the rebellion a few years ago, it had actually become much better. Logically speaking, such a situation shouldn't have happened. However, he didn't dare to ask too much and could only follow Mu Qinghe's instructions. As for the disciples of the other sects, the situation wasn't any better. They were different from the Black Cavalry. The Black Cavalry was an army, and their duty was to obey. However, the relationship between the various sects and the Tianling royal family wasn't completely submissive. They respected the Tianling royal family, and at the same time, the Tianling royal family also respected them. Those who could enter these sects were undoubtedly geniuses. Moreover, those who were selected to go to Dahuang's swamp this time were 1 in 100 and were extremely outstanding. Now that they were dead and injured, it was a huge loss to the various sections. Why are there only 3 people from the Purple Shao Sword sect? Didn't they go with 10 people when they went? They're the ones who suffered the most losses, right? The other sects also suffered casualties, but none of them are like them, I think. Wait, where are the people from the Chongshu Pavilion? Why haven't they appeared yet? As soon as this was said, everyone fell silent for a moment. Countless gazes quickly scanned the scene, but they didn't see anyone from the Chongshu Pavilion. Only 3 people went to the Chongshu Pavilion. In addition, Chu Luyue and Chang Wanzhou had recently become famous, so they were especially eye-catching. But now, not a single one of them had appeared. Could it be that the people from the Chongshu Pavilion are all? Someone in the crowd softly said half a sentence. He didn't say the rest, but everyone knew what he meant. Everyone's expression became complicated and subtle, and their eyes were all different. It wasn't easy for the Chongshu Pavilion to produce 2 top geniuses. Were they really going to die? Without Chu Luyue and Chang Wanzhou, the Chongshu Pavilion situation would definitely become more difficult in the future. Spring Breeze Restaurant. In the private room, Shui Lu, and Jian Fengqi were sitting facing each other by the window. Shui Lu hugged the pipa, but didn't play it. She only looked at Jian Fengqi opposite her and asked, "So, everything went smoothly?" "Of course, there won't be any problems with me taking action personally." Jian Fengqi leaned lazily against the back of the chair, his sword-like eyebrows slightly raised with undisguised arrogance. Shui Lu sneered. "Those 2 aren't in West Hill, of course it's more convenient for you to do things." Jian Fengqi didn't deny it either. When his father urged him to go to Dahuang Swamp, he refused to go no matter what and insisted on staying in West Hill. Wasn't that all for this? Anyway, things are progressing well now. Next, we just need to. Suddenly, there was a commotion on the street outside the window. Jian Fengqi immediately fell silent. Shui Lu opened the window and looked down. A trace of shock flashed across her face. The Black Cavalry? Jian Fengqi sensed that something was wrong, so he went over to take a look. Then, he frowned. What? Sheng Wanwan is back. On the wide street, the Black Cavalry was on alert on both sides. A few figures were coming from the middle. The person in front was wearing a cloak and a veil, but Jian Fengqi recognized her at first glance. She was Sheng Wanwan. And beside her was Jiang Yucheng. There were also a few servants following behind the 2 of them, all of them maintaining a distance that was neither too close nor too far. Shouldn't they be back in a month or so? Why would they? Shui Lu asked in confusion. Jian Fengqi narrowed his eyes and said, "She's back after finding medicine for His Majesty. It should be a big celebration. Why is she so timid?" With that, he flicked his finger. "I'd like to see what she's feeling so guilty about, hiding it so well." Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 773. Wait. As soon as Jian Fengqi moved, Shui Lu grabbed his wrist before his force could fly out. Because of this distraction, he was unable to launch his attack. Jian Fengqi glanced at her with dissatisfaction. "Little Lu, why are you stopping me? Maybe there's a shocking secret hidden under that veil." He knew Sheng Wanwan too well. Sheng Wanwan had always valued her appearance very much. She also liked to dress herself up perfectly to show off to the world and win praise. She was very particular about her makeup and hair accessories at all times. She didn't allow any mistakes to be made. Today, she was wearing a veil for the first time. She even wore a hood to cover herself up tightly. It would be strange if there wasn't something fishy going on. She rushed back from Dahuang Swamp in such a hurry without any news beforehand. It was obvious that she had made a sudden decision. Under such circumstances, her actions were even more intriguing. Shui Lu glared at him and flung his wrist away. If I didn't stop you, did you really intend to make things difficult for her in public? Are all those black cavalry soldiers useless? If you make a move 1 second ago, they might come knocking on your door the next second. Jian Fengqi coughed, retreated, and smiled eagerly in a fawning manner. I was just joking. Little Lu, don't be angry. There's no need to be angry over someone like her, right? Shui Lu also understood that Jian Fengqi knew the severity of the matter, so she didn't continue to say anything. She turned around and saw that Sheng Wanwan and the rest had already left quickly. She was a little suspicious. Why do they look like they're in a hurry? Are they in a hurry to return to the palace? Jian Fengqi rubbed his chin. I knew that there must be a shameful secret hidden under that veil. The palace is her territory. Of course she's in a hurry to return. Fortunately, I've already done what I need to do. If Sheng Wanwan had returned earlier, he might have been in trouble. Thinking of this, Shui Lu heaved a sigh of relief. You've handled this matter well. Jian Fengqi had a bright smile on his face, and he was carefree and unrestrained. Little Lu has always been reluctant to praise me. Today is a rare occasion. Shui Lu couldn't be bothered with him and changed the topic. Since they're back, the rest of the troops should be back too. Right? Jian Fengqi's eyes flickered. This meant that Mu Hongyu and Chu Luyue should be behind them. He glanced outside a few more times, only to see that after Sheng Wanwan and the rest left, no one followed them. Just when the two of them were puzzled, a voice came from outside the window. Haven't you heard? 2. Chu Luyue sat cross-legged and focused on her cultivation. Her aura continued to grow stronger. B. Diwu Zhangze finally spoke. We don't know how long it'll take for the girl to come out. Lan Xiao and Dugu Mabao realized this too. Lan Xiao was a little worried. But if we don't see the girl today, we'll have to wait another month. The night of the Crimson Moon only happened once a month. Dugu Mabao turned and left. So be it. We've waited for a few years. Why should we be afraid of a month? The other two looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. He had always been the one who stuck to the girl the most. Now, he was willing to be the first to leave. Diwu Zhangze followed and asked. You're really not going to wait any longer? Dugu Mabao said coldly. If we wait any longer, will she see us? Diwu Zhangze was speechless. The girl was trapped in there. Of course, she couldn't see them. She's cultivating. Let her cultivate in peace. As for meeting, she's already here. What difference does it make if we meet earlier or later? Based on her current strength, she would definitely need a month to completely devour the 2 Tian baby. What's the hurry? Big Bao is right. Lan Xiao nodded in agreement and followed. Staying up late is bad for the skin. I have to go back and catch up on sleep. The remaining two quieted down. A moment later. You're a living dead. Why do you need to catch up on sleep? Lan Xiao, I'll ask you again seriously. Are you sick? Lan Xiao felt sorry for himself and was very resentful. He secretly thought that these two didn't know how to appreciate his beauty. What do you know? The girl likes beautiful people. Sigh, actually, I can understand. You two, one young and one old. No matter how hard you work, you can't compare to me. What's there to compete for? Diwu Zhangze reminded objectively. Have you forgotten Rongxiu? You've changed so many faces, but none of them can compare to him. The beautiful fantasy in Lan Zhao's head was instantly shattered. He gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it! Dugu Mobao suddenly sneered. Speak of the devil. Just as he was thinking about it, it came. His figure flashed, and he quickly rushed up. It was the last moment before dawn, and the forest was dark. The rustling wind blew past and quickly disappeared. Not long later, Red Moon Desert. Suddenly, a black spatial crack appeared in the void. Immediately, a snow-white figure jumped out from it. Shue Shue shook its body, and a lot of frost fell. Under the red moonlight in the night sky, it reflected a faint light. It looked around, sniffed, and began to search for Chu Luyue. It seemed to be Russell. At this moment, a strange sound suddenly came from below. Shue Shue looked down. It saw that there seemed to be something moving under the undulating sand dunes. It blinked, then as if it suddenly thought of something, it looked up. A red moon was hanging high in the black night sky. A hint of fear flashed across Shue Shue's eyes. Without a second thought, it turned around and ran. What a coincidence! But before it could run out, it heard a soft and gentle voice. Little snowflake, long time no see. Why are you running? Shue Shue didn't even turn its head, and its claws dug even harder. However, not only did it not run forward, but its body kept moving backward, and it even fell to the ground. When it was pressed on the cold sand, Shue Shue finally realized that it was still too inexperienced. It made a prompt decision, and it was very decisive. It lay down obediently. It even wagged its tail to express its joy. Little snowflake has become smarter after not seeing you for a few years. The voice came closer, as if the person was right beside its ear. Shue Shue's body stiffened, and it didn't dare to move. It whimpered softly, and its pair of ice-blue eyes were watery, looking very docile and cute. A wise man submits to circumstances. A moment later, a baby-like voice sounded coldly. Where's your master? Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 774. Where's your master? Shue Shue was stunned for a moment when she heard this, but she quickly reacted. His master's calm and indifferent eyes immediately appeared in his mind. Shue Shue slowly widened its eyes. No wonder. No wonder master didn't agree to it when it wanted to come, but he suddenly allowed it. It naively thought that it was because it had been cultivating diligently recently and increased its strength. It didn't expect, it had been betrayed by its master. Master must have known that it was the night of the crimson moon, so he deliberately let it come. And from the looks of it, they weren't in a good mood now. Was this the reason why master let it come first? Shue Shue was heartbroken and regretful. It thought to itself that it was foolish to form a contract with him back then. So what if it was a divine beast? It was still betrayed, wasn't it? Shue Shue lowered its head dejectedly, looking like it had nothing to live for. Seeing its expression, Dugu Mobao understood what was going on. It couldn't help but sneer. He's really straightforward. He sent you here and let you take the blame? Lan Xiao touched his face, and his voice became gentler. What's the use of being too good-looking? He has a bad heart. That girl must be blind to like him. Dugu Mobao was silent for a moment, and its voice became colder. Who are you calling blind? Lan Xiao. What did I say? I didn't say anything. Diwu, little Shue Shue is quite pitiful. It has already taken the blame a few times. Be gentler this time. Diwu Zhangzi said faintly. Do you think it's my turn to do anything? Could they stop Dugu Mobao from doing anything he wanted? Shue Shue thought that it had a chance of survival when it heard Lan Xiao pleading for it, but Diwu Zhangzi's words made it lose all hope. It lowered its head pitifully, and its head was pressed against its paws. It was very uneasy. After a moment, Dugu Mabao said, "Come here." Mystic Forest. The long night passed. A layer of bright light gradually lit up the sky, plating the clouds with a layer of gold. This added a bit of warmth to the originally lonely and desolate Mystic Forest. However, the few people in the forest didn't feel better. Because the mother tree in front of them still did not move. As for Chu Luiyue, he was nowhere to be found. He had no intention of coming out. Even Qin Yi didn't know how long he had to wait. At this moment, they were completely unaware of what had happened in the Mirror Lake and the Red Moon Desert. The West Hill. After the Black Cavalry escorted Sheng Wanwan, Jiang Yucheng, and the others away, someone said something that immediately caused the whole street to boil. "Are you serious?" There were a total of 3 disciples from the Chongshu Pavilion, including Chu Luiyue and Chang Wanzhou. Logically speaking, they should have no problem protecting themselves. How could they all die? Where did you hear this news from? Of course it's real. When the third princess and the others came back, I was at Pingliang Plaza. The Black Cavalry and the sect disciples had all returned. Only the Chongshu Pavilion was empty. If he's not dead, then what is? I saw it too. They really didn't come back. That's impossible. So many people who were weaker than them came back alive. Who can be sure about such things? About 300 to 400 people from the Black Cavalry died. The 3 disciples from the Chongshu Pavilion probably acted together and were completely annihilated. This time, the Chongshu Pavilion really suffered a huge loss. That's right. There was just a slight improvement, and now Chu Luiyue and Chang Wanzhou are gone. What a pity. Just as the crowd was discussing fervently, a figure suddenly jumped down from upstairs and directly jumped in front of the few people who were talking. He then grabbed the collar of the man who spoke first. "What did you just say?" The man who spoke was caught off guard and was easily grabbed by the person. His collar was tightly gripped, and he almost couldn't breathe. "Who are you?" He was enraged and instinctively wanted to curse out loud. However, when he took a closer look, he got a shock. Young Master Jian. Many people in Xiling City recognized Jian Fengqi's face. "Young Master Jian, let's talk nicely." Jian Fengqi stared at him and asked word by word, "I'm asking you, who did you say died?" The man was panicking. He was afraid that Jian Fengqi would twist his neck and break his neck. He hurriedly said, It's those people from the Chongshu Pavilion." "I'm not sure." "Young Master Jian, please spare my life. The people from the major sects have already gone back. If you want to know, you can ask them." Jian Fengqi pushed him away, went on his toes, and swiftly headed for Pingliang Square. According to the time, there should still be many people who hadn't gone too far from Pingliang Square. The man who was pushed away struggled to get up and looked in the direction Jian Fengqi left, still in shock. The crowd around them also quieted down because of this. Someone couldn't help but murmur, "Why does the young master of Dragon Teeth Mountain care so much about what happened at the Chongshu Pavilion? I heard that Dragon Teeth Mountain and Chongshu Pavilion have a good relationship. I wonder how the people of Chongshu Pavilion will react when they hear this news." Upstairs, Shui Lu looked out of the window. Jian Fengqi's figure quickly disappeared from her sight. Her willowy eyebrows furrowed slightly. This time, "I'm afraid things are going to get out of hand." Jian Fengqi moved quickly and soon bumped into Zhu Hong and the others who were on their way back. At a glance, they were all injured, and their auras were extremely weak. Jian Fengqi's heart skipped a beat. "Zhu Hong." Zhu Hong looked up. "Young master?" Jian Fengqi quickly went to them and asked anxiously, "What's going on at the Chongshu Pavilion?" Digression: the title of the book should be changed in the next 2 days. Don't take it off the shelves just because it's unfamiliar to you. You must keep me here. Tomorrow at 12 o'clock. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 775. Seeing how anxious he was, Zhu Hong hurriedly said, "Young master, don't worry. It's a long story about the people from the Chongshu pavilion." Seeing Zhu Hong's reaction, Jian Fengqi felt a little relieved. Things might be different from what those people were saying. Zhu Hong took a deep breath. "Young master, let's go back first. It's not convenient here." On the streets, anything they said could be overheard by someone with ulterior motives. Although Jian Fengqi was anxious, he could only suppress it. Then, he glanced at the few people and frowned slightly. "Where's Hongyu?" Zhu Hong pursed his lips. "She's with the people from the Chongshu pavilion." Jian Fengqi's heart sank. "Young master, don't worry. They're fine now." Zhu Hong saw that his expression was not right and quickly added. Jian Fengqi was even more confused. Chu Luiyue, Mu Hongyu, and the others did not come back with the main group, but Zhu Hong said that they were fine. What in the world had happened? Countless questions surfaced in his mind, but Jian Fengqi suppressed them and looked at them again. These people were all injured to varying degrees. Zhu Hong was still fine, but the others could barely stand. "Let's go back to Dragon Teeth Mountain first." Dragon Teeth Mountain. As soon as the seriously injured people returned, they were immediately sent for treatment and recuperation. Zhu Hong was the only one left. He was in good health and was the leader, so he naturally had to stay. After they returned to the mountain, Jian Shai heard the news and immediately rushed over. Zhu Hong explained the ins and outs of the matter to Jian Shai and Jian Fengqi in detail. "This time, it's all thanks to Miss Chu's help that we could come back safely. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable." After that, the room fell into silence. The father and son's expressions were very solemn and serious. After a while, Jian Shai said, "So now, Chu Luiyue is missing, and the rest of the people are still in the mystic forest looking for her whereabouts?" Zhu Hong nodded. "Originally, we also wanted to stay and help, but considering that our people were all injured, even if we stayed, we might not be able to help much. We might even become a burden to everyone, so in the end, we chose to come back with the main group." Jian Shai heaved a long sigh. "That's right. It's only right that you do this. In a place like the Great Desolate Swamp, unless one was a top-notch expert, anyone could become trouble for others. Not to mention the injured ones." Jian Fengqi suddenly said, "Are you saying that Snapper and Chu Luiyue have been working together since the beginning?" "Yes. At that time, the few of them had taken the lead and headed into the depths of the forest, just in time to avoid that accident. Because of that, none of them were injured when we met again." Jian Fengqi had mixed feelings. Mu Hongyu and Chu Luiyue were very close, so it was normal for them to work together. "I just don't know what the current situation is like, master, young master, don't worry. With Qin Yi and Lei Laosi around, nothing should happen to Snapper and the rest." Zhu Hong was actually a little worried, but he could only place his hopes on Qin Yi and the rest now. As for Chu Luiyue, he didn't dare to mention it again. The possibility of her surviving was simply too small. Jian Shai suddenly asked, "The Qin Yi and Lei Laosi you're talking about? Who exactly are they? Have they really been staying in the mystic forest to protect that legendary fiend?" Zhu Hong explained, "The two of them are very strong. Even in the entire Tianling dynasty, they're definitely top-notch experts, but we don't know the two of them. However, they did seem to have stayed in the mystic forest for a very long time. As for the one they were protecting, to be precise, it was a 9-colored heavenly pheasant. After that, it successfully broke through and finally became a red-tailed phoenix." 9-colored heavenly pheasant? The father and son both exclaimed in shock. Isn't that the same as the fiend that the princess had a contract with? If it were any other ninth-grade fiend, they definitely wouldn't have such a huge reaction. However, it just had to be a 9-colored heavenly pheasant. For a moment, the few of them didn't speak. After a long while, Jian Fengqi muttered softly, "What a coincidence. It's actually Lu Yu who contracted that 9-colored heavenly pheasant. Oh, no, it's the red-tailed phoenix." Chu Luyue originally looked similar to the princess, and now that she contracted this fiend, it made one's imagination run wild. It's a pity that she's nowhere to be found now, and I don't know if I can still find her. If she comes back in the end, she definitely won't be able to avoid Sheng Wanwan making things difficult for her. Thinking about Sheng Wanwan, Jian Fengqi suddenly felt energized. Oh right, how's the third princess? Zhu Hong was dazed for a moment as if he didn't quite understand what Jian Fengqi was asking. Jian Fengqi rephrased his question. Is there something wrong with her body or her face? Zhu Hong shook his head. I don't know. Back then, the ones standing near Sheng Wanwan were Jiang Yucheng, Mu Qinghe, and the rest. In addition, she quickly covered herself up tightly afterward, so even fewer people saw that her face was injured. Zhu Hong and the rest's attention was on Chu Luyue, Mu Hongyu, and the rest, so they naturally didn't know anything about this. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Master, the third princess has summoned all the people from the various sects and families to the palace to discuss important matters. The palace servants are already waiting outside. Jian Shai stood up. Zhu Hong, you should go back and recuperate first. As for Hongyu and the rest, you don't have to worry too much. She's my disciple. If anything happens to her, I'll still be there as her master. Hearing him say this, Zhu Hong instantly heaved a sigh of relief. It seems like the master has made preparations. I'll go to the palace to take a look first. Feng Qi, go back and make a trip to the Chongshu Pavilion and tell them to relax first. I wonder how the rumors outside have spread now. Jian Fengqi actually wanted to go to the palace very much, but after hearing this, he changed his mind. I know. Don't worry. Jian Shai turned and left. Not long after, Jian Fengqi set off for the Chongshu Pavilion. Just as Jian Shai said, all kinds of news had spread throughout the entire Xiling city in a short period of time. The sudden return of Sheng Wanwan and the rest shocked everyone. In addition, the series of strange reactions they had after returning caused many speculations. The news that none of the Chongshu Pavilion disciples returned spread to countless people's ears as if it had grown wings. Everyone had different reactions, both openly and secretly. When Jian Fengqi rushed to the Chongshu Pavilion, Yuqi Song had already followed the palace servants to the palace. Tianling Palace. Sheng Wanwan returned to Huayang Palace and chased everyone out. She took off her cloak, sat in front of the bronze mirror, and carefully took off her veil. A face covered in scars and badly mutilated appeared in the bronze mirror. Sheng Wanwan stared at the face in the mirror as blood surged between her teeth. Thinking of how she still had to meet those people later, she suppressed the anger in her heart and took out a box of cream from the cabinet beside her. She carefully dipped it in and applied it to her face. Just as the cream touched her face, she instantly felt a burning pain. She finally couldn't help but cry out in pain. Ah! Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from LoveNet. Chapter 776. Hearing her scream, Chan Yi, who was waiting outside, was startled and immediately asked, "What happened?" She immediately asked, "Your Highness, what's wrong? You're not allowed to come in." Sheng Wanwan immediately shouted. "Yes." Chan Yi quickly replied with a slight frown. When Her Highness returned, she hid herself very well. Chan Yi had already vaguely guessed something. Now, it seemed like she was most likely right. How did she end up like this after going to Dahuang Swamp? Chani looked up at the palace servant standing in the courtyard with a cold gaze. When everyone heard Sheng Wanwan scream, they knew something was wrong. Sensing Chan Yi's dangerous gaze, they lowered their eyes and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. All of you may leave. Yes. Hearing this, everyone hurriedly left as if they had been pardoned. After they left, Chani looked at the tightly shut door again. The intense burning sensation caused Sheng Wanwan's mind to go blank. She hurriedly looked at the bronze mirror, only to see that the wound on her face, which she had just applied the cream on, was faintly black. It was as if she had been scalded. The curled skin and flesh looked as if it had been burned by flames. It was slightly curled and slightly charred. Even though it was only a small patch, it was very obvious. So the pain just now was because I was really burned. Sheng Wanwan's face was filled with shock. What's going on? The cream was clearly a superior medicine for treating scars. How did it end up like this? She hurriedly looked at the box in her hand. That's right. This is the cream. It wasn't that she hadn't used it before. Occasionally, when she bumped into something and got a scar, she would recover quickly with this. But now, Sheng Wanwan threw the cream to the side and leaned closer to the bronze mirror. Looking at the wound on her face, she was filled with worry. In order to retrieve the dancing lotus as soon as possible, she had sent people to gather the people from the various sects and aristocratic families the moment she returned. She wanted to use the cream to heal the wound on her face slightly so that she could be seen. However, she didn't expect that not only did it not heal, but it also ended up like this. Sheng Wanwan was very scared. Her body trembled slightly, and her lips were pale. If she really couldn't recover her looks, she didn't dare to use the cream anymore, but what else could she use? Sheng Wanwan sat in front of the bronze mirror for a long time, conflicted and in pain. This continued until Chani knocked on the door again. Your Highness, all the sect leaders and patriarchs are about to reach Minghua Palace. Do you want me to help you with your grooming? Sheng Wanwan suddenly came back to her senses. Only then did she realize that she had not done anything for such a long time. Now that she was in such a sorry state, if others were to see her, they would definitely mock her. She gritted her teeth. That's not necessary. Ben Gong will go to the hot springs. There was hot spring water behind Huayang Palace. Yes. Chani didn't dare to ask any more questions and respectfully agreed. Sheng Wanwan walked to the back alone, opened the side door, and entered the hot spring area. Jiang Yucheng returned to the palace with Sheng Wanwan. However, Sheng Wanwan wasn't willing to face anyone with that face. Jiang Yucheng was also very tactful. After saying a few words, he left Huayang Palace. After that, he went straight to Qingfeng Palace. After leaving for so long, what he cared about the most was Her Majesty's current situation. When he arrived at Qingfeng Palace, the security was still tight. Seeing him arrive, the palace servants bowed in unison. Greetings, Prince Consort. The wedding date of Jiang Yucheng and Sheng Wanwan had been set. That was what the palace called it. Jiang Yucheng nodded and asked as he walked in. As he walked in, he asked, "Has Her Majesty shown any signs of waking up during this period of time?" The palace servants shook their heads. This was originally within Jiang Yucheng's expectations, but he was still somewhat disappointed when he heard it. Everything was done cautiously and cautiously. Even if he had poisoned her too much back then, she should have woken up after such a long period of recuperation. However, there was no change in Her Majesty. This made him even more irritable. Just as Jiang Yucheng was about to go in and take a look in person, the palace servants outside reported that everyone had arrived one after another and asked him to go over. In desperation, Jiang Yucheng could only withdraw his hand that was about to push the door open. After telling everyone to take good care of Her Majesty, he turned around and left. Qingfeng Palace regained its peace again. In the room, Sheng Guanyu, who had been in a coma for a long time, moved his fingers gently. Minghua Palace. The leaders of several major sects gathered here again. In addition, the masters of the aristocratic families in Xiling City were basically all here. Everyone was divided into two sides, greeting each other politely, but they all had their own thoughts in their hearts. Such a battle formation could not be said to be small. Sheng Guanwan and Jiang Yucheng had not appeared. In the main hall, discussions gradually arose. Her Highness the Third Princess suddenly brought people back from the Dahuang swamp and gathered so many people. It seems that something really happened. I heard that there were heavy casualties in this trip to the Dahuang swamp. Nearly 400 people of the Black Cavalry alone died. That's not all. The disciples of all the major sects also suffered injuries. Didn't you see how awful Song One of the Purple Shao Sword sect looked? 10 of them went this time, and only 3 came back alive. This should be the most miserable family, right? Although everyone lowered their voices, everyone present was basically a top-notch powerhouse. How could they not hear it? Song Luan had indeed heard the news long ago. Until now, he had not calmed down. He sat in his seat with a livid expression. His fists were clenched tightly, and the veins on the back of his hands were popping out. However, he forced himself to endure it. Because those who could come here had high statuses. Unless he had no choice, he was also unwilling to offend anyone. Right at this moment, the announcement sounded again. The pavilion master of the Chongshu Pavilion has arrived. The hall instantly quieted down. Everyone looked over at the same time with different expressions on their faces. They were the most well-informed people in Xiling City and naturally knew that none of the 3 disciples of the Chongshu Pavilion had returned. This basically meant that they all died in the Dahuang swamp. Not long ago, the Chongshu Pavilion was still in the limelight and held on to the name of the 4 major sections. Everyone thought that by relying on Chu Luyue and Chang Wanzhou, the Chongshu Pavilion situation would gradually improve. They did not expect that all of them would be gone after just one trip to the Dahuang swamp. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to the Chongshu Pavilion. However, out of everyone's expectations, Yu Qisong's expression was very calm, as if he did not feel any pain from losing his disciples. Under everyone's gazes, Wei Qisong walked straight in. After a simple greeting, he sat down in his seat. Seeing him so calm and composed, everyone did not know how to react for a moment. Could it be that he still doesn't know what happened? Song Luan was in a bad mood and couldn't help but speak up in a strange tone. Pavilion Master Wei Qi, I heard that the 3 disciples of your pavilion who went to the Dahuang swamp did not return. You have to restrain your grief. The moment he finished speaking, the entire atmosphere seemed to have frozen. Yu Qisong looked up and glanced at Song Luan calmly and coldly. Why? Do you want to cry at the grave? Digression. Here is a February who has insomnia and is about to faint from hunger. Writing words is really an individual effort. 6:00. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 777. This sentence nearly made Song Luan choke to death. His face turned pale, then green, and then red. His expression changed very excitedly. He suddenly stood up and said angrily, "What did you say?" He was originally very frustrated and depressed. How could he control himself after hearing this sentence? It was as if he was ignited by fire. He exploded. However, Yu Qisong's expression was indifferent. Everyone present should have heard what I said clearly. Why are you the only one who didn't hear it clearly? Is there something wrong with your ears? It seems like your ears are just like your mouth. They're just decorations. It's fine if you don't want them. Yu Qisong scolded Song Luan until he was black and blue all over with just a few words. Everyone was dumbfounded. Yuqi Song had always been a person of virtue and prestige. His speech and actions had always been very low-key. And ever since Chongshu Pavilion suffered consecutive blows more than a year ago, it was needless to say. The entire Chongshu Pavilion seemed to have become transparent. Precisely because of this, many people gradually stopped taking Chongshu Pavilion seriously. They originally thought that this time, the deaths of Chu Luiyue and the other two would be a huge blow to Yuqi Song and the others. Some even suspected that he wouldn't come to the palace at all. They didn't expect that not only did he come, but he was also so domineering. How many people in the entire Xiling city dared to speak to Song Wuan like this? Many people exchanged glances and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Could it be that he suffered too much of a shock? Yuqi Song sat in his seat and allowed countless gazes to size him up. He remained as still as a mountain. Would he not know if his own disciple was dead or alive? Those three children just didn't come back with Shengguan Wan and the others, but he knew clearly that they were still fine. However, he didn't intend to publicize this news now. On the way here, he knew that someone would definitely use this to create trouble for their Chongshu Pavilion. If it was anything else, he would just turn a blind eye and be too lazy to fuss over it. However, Song Wuan was talking about those three children and even cursed them to die. How could he tolerate it? Song Wuan was dumbfounded. In his memory, Yuqi Song had never been so rude to anyone. He was so angry that he laughed and sneered. Pavilion Master Wei Qi, we're all part of the four great sects. I'm merely expressing my concern. Aren't your words a little too much? Yuqi Song glanced at him as if he was watching a joke. I heard that 7 outstanding disciples of the Purple Shao Sword sect died this time. I didn't expect that sect leader Song would still be in the mood to care about our Chongshu Pavilion. Song Wuan's heart immediately choked up, and he couldn't speak. They had indeed lost 7 disciples. Among the remaining 3, other than his own son, Song Qingnian, who was in relatively good condition, the other 2 were severely injured. It was very likely that it would affect their future cultivation. It could be said that they were completely wiped out. One had to know that the people sent to the Great Desolate Swamp this time were all the most outstanding disciples of their Purple Shao Sword sect. As a result, they would have to spend another 2 to 3 years to repair the damage. At this moment, Jian Shai suddenly spoke. I heard that Chu Luiyue helped save many people in the Mystic Forest. Not only our Dragon Teeth Mountain disciples, but the other sects also more or less received her help, right? As he spoke, he looked at Song Wuan and deliberately asked. Song Wuan, it seems that your precious son was also saved by them? Song Wuan immediately retorted. Impossible. There's no such thing at all. Jian Shai was shocked as he looked at the people beside him. Oh. I wonder if anyone here has heard of this matter. The entire hall fell into an eerie silence. Everyone had different expressions. Song Wuan sneered. I know that Chu Luiyue has some capabilities, but with her abilities, it's probably difficult for her to even protect herself, let alone help others. And she even helped so much? Jian Shai, what you're saying is too outrageous. After a moment, someone suddenly spoke. Dragon Teeth Mountain Master is right. Our sect's disciples were indeed saved by Chu Luiyue and the others. Song Wuan immediately looked over with a frown and realized that the person speaking was the Palace Master of Holy Flame Palace. He sneered and was about to mock him when someone spoke again. Our Heavenly Secrets Residence's disciples did mention this when they returned. Song Wuan's expression froze. It was fine if Jian Shai said that alone, but everyone actually admitted it one after another. The other sects were all silent, obviously not intending to refute. This made the patriarchs of the various aristocratic families sitting across from him shocked. As they didn't participate in this matter much, they didn't know much. Previously, they only thought that there were heavy casualties in Dahuang Swamp and didn't expect there to be such a thing inside. Jian Shai touched his chin and broke the silence. Song Luan, it seems like your precious son didn't tell you on purpose. Then, he probably didn't say that Yang Qin, or in your sect chose to self-destruct because she was found to be problematic, right? I heard that she almost harmed many people back then. Song Luan suddenly looked up with a shocked expression. He really didn't know. After Song Qingnian and the two disciples returned, he rushed over to take a look at them immediately. The two seriously injured disciples were quickly sent for treatment. Song Qingnian didn't say much and only said that he was very tired, so he went to rest. Song Luan's heart ached and only cared about being thankful that his son was still alive. How could he care about anything else? He quickly reacted and said sternly, "Dragon Teeth Mountain Lord, you can't spout nonsense." Right at this time, a voice suddenly sounded from outside the hall. What he said previously was indeed true. Everyone looked back and saw that it was Jiang Yucheng. No one reported it, and they didn't know how long he had been listening outside. Jiang Yucheng walked into the hall, and everyone kept quiet. Song Luan became nervous. Jiang Yucheng was present and had a special identity. If he said that, he hurriedly restrained his expression. After Qingnian came back, he was in low spirits, so I let him rest. I didn't know much about it. Jiang Yucheng shook his head lightly. Actually, he didn't take this to heart at all. His attention was mostly on Yuqi Song. Before he came, he happened to see Yuqi Song enter first and then heard Song Luan's provocation. Thus, he decided to listen outside for a while. What made him feel strange was that Yuqi Song seemed to know that Chu Luyue and the rest hadn't returned yet, but he didn't seem to be very sad. It was fine for Chang Wanzhou and the rest. Yuqi Song might know that they were just looking for someone in the mystic forest. But Chu Luyue, she was dead. Yuqi Song shouldn't have such a reaction, Prince Consort. This anxious shout attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked up in unison. They saw a figure quickly walking over from outside the hall. Jiang Yucheng frowned. It was Chani. Why didn't Shangguan come? He walked over, but before he could say anything, he heard Chani say, "Prince Consort, the third princess has something on at the last minute. Please go to Huayang Hall first. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network." Chapter 778. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Everyone present had been gathered by Shengguan. Now that everyone was here, she didn't come. Instead, she wanted to call Jiang Yucheng over. What was going on? Something came up at the last minute. What could it be for her to abandon everyone here and invite Jiang Yucheng alone? Even if he was the prince consort and had an extraordinary status, this didn't seem appropriate, right? Everyone present was an important figure in the Tianling dynasty. Everyone looked at each other. Their expressions weren't very good. Jiang Yucheng was also very surprised. He frowned inwardly. No matter how impudent Shengguan was, she wouldn't dare to act recklessly at this time. None of the people here could be easily offended. Even His Majesty had to be polite to these people, let alone third Princess Shengguan. If she hadn't gone crazy, then something important had really happened. He glanced at Chani and found that although Chani had her eyes lowered, her face was very tense. There was some anxiety in her eyes. His heart sank, and he turned to look at everyone. Please wait for a moment. We'll be back soon. Although everyone was dissatisfied, they wouldn't show it on their faces. They all told him to go quickly. Jiang Yucheng knew that he had offended them this time. However, the situation was urgent, and there was nothing he could do. He turned and walked in the direction of Huayang Palace. Chani quickly followed. After the two of them left, the palace fell silent again. No one said anything, but they were more or less dissatisfied. Shang Guanwan hadn't officially ascended the throne yet, but she was already so bold. She made so many people wait for her. When the time was up, she still didn't appear. Instead, she called Jiang Yuqing away, leaving everyone here. Before this, whether it was His Majesty or the princess, they had never done such an inappropriate thing. The people from the aristocratic families were fine, but the people from the sects were especially unhappy. Their families had suffered heavy losses in the Dahuang swamp trip. They wanted to ask Shang Guanwan for an explanation. Who would have thought that she wouldn't even show her face now? A cold and solemn atmosphere spread in the palace. Jiang Yuqing and Chani traveled quickly. When they arrived at Huayong Palace, they discovered that the palace was already heavily guarded. He felt more and more uneasy as he walked toward the main hall. When she reached the door, Chani stopped. "Prince Consort, the third princess said that only you can enter." Jiang Yuqing nodded, a little upset. He pushed the door open and walked in. The moment he entered, Chani closed the door behind him. Jiang Yuqing's expression turned serious. What exactly happened that made Huayong Palace so vigilant? "Wan He called out, but no one answered. He looked around but didn't see Shang Guanwan. Instead, he saw a broken box of cream beside the bronze mirror. He paused for a moment before continuing to walk inside. If it wasn't here, then it should be in the hot spring inside. Just as he walked to the door, he was hesitating whether to go in and look for her when he heard a painful groan coming from inside. It was weak and oppressive, and it also carried a trace of deep fear. It was Shang Guanwan. Jiang Yuqing didn't stay any longer as he directly pushed the door open and walked in. The moment he walked in, a hot and humid steam surged toward him. This was a gigantic hot spring. Smoke surrounded it, and he couldn't see anyone clearly. However, Jiang Yuqing had been here before, so he knew where it was. Amidst the blurry steam, he could vaguely see a figure beside the hot spring. "Wan what's wrong?" He walked toward that person. But the moment he got close, he smelled a strong bloody smell. More importantly, there was a hint of rotting smell in this bloody stench. Jiang Yuqing couldn't be more familiar with this smell. Isn't this the strange smell in the mystic forest? This smell was nauseating. Jiang Yuqing suppressed his disgust and walked forward. Shang Guanwan was wearing 2 layers of unlined clothing as she lay at the edge of the hot spring. Her hands were tightly clawing the ground. Hearing Jiang Yuqing's voice, she moved with much difficulty and spoke. "Yuqing." Her voice was hoarse, and her breathing was weak. Jiang Yuqing went forward and carefully held her shoulders. "Wan why are you lying here? Everyone is waiting for you." His voice stopped abruptly. This was because there was actually a pool of blood in the hot spring nearby. "Wretch!" Shang Guanwan's body trembled, and she vomited blood again. But this wasn't what shocked Jiang Yuqing the most. He swept his gaze across and shockingly discovered that Shang Guanwan's exposed arm had actually become much thinner. "I just didn't see her for half a day, but her arm has actually become so skinny. There's clearly a problem." He was very shocked and was about to ask when he saw a faint dark green light flowing under her skin. It was very strange. "That light, isn't that light exactly the same as the one I saw in the mystic forest?" "Wan what's going on with your body?" asked Jiang Yuqing anxiously. "It's no wonder Shang Guanwan hurriedly called me over. This kind of situation was really too strange." Shang Guanwan grabbed his hand and started crying in despair. I don't know either. At first, she just wanted to wash up, but not long later, she realized that something was wrong with her body. That dark green light was flowing all over her body, and her body started to become thinner at a visible speed. It was as if her muscles, bones, and flesh were all being swallowed by this thing. Shang Guanwan had never seen such a situation before, and she was scared to death at that time. Seeing that things were going out of control, she could only get Chan Yi to call Jiang Yucheng over. "Yucheng, you have to save me. You must save me." Sheng Wanwan hugged his arm and cried in pain and panic as she begged non-stop. Jiang Yucheng's pupils constricted. The current Sheng Wanwan's appearance was completely ruined, and her body was also very skinny. He felt very uncomfortable hugging her, and she looked neither human nor ghost. If it weren't for his strong mental fortitude, he really couldn't help but fling her away. The spot where Sheng Wanwan hugged him tightly seemed to have lice, and it was very itchy and uncomfortable. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath in before asking, "Did you make use of that mother tree in the mystic forest?" Mystic forest. It was silent in the dark space. Chu Liuyue's force surrounded him, and he was clearly stronger than before. After digesting the swallowing force again, Chu Liuyue slowly opened his eyes. His gaze became even brighter and brighter, and his body became much lighter. His entire body seemed to be filled with abundant energy. Taizu couldn't help but praise him. "Lu Yu, hang in there for a while longer, and you should be able to successfully break through to peak stage 5. Chu Liuyue smiled brightly, then looked opposite him and squinted his eyes. A dark green light appeared out of nowhere and surged toward the 2-Tian baby. Chu Liuyue teased him. "Where did you get such modeled energy from? You want this too?" Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 779. That ball of green light stopped in front of the 2-Tian baby. For a moment, it was very awkward. The corners of Chu Liuyue's lips curled up slightly, and a sly light flashed in his eyes. This was the 2-Tian baby's divine realm, and everything was under its control. From previous experience, it was obvious that it could absorb energy from the outside. The mystic forest's energy had been exhausted, and there was still the Red Moon Desert and Mirror Lake next to it. The energy contained in these two places was much more than that in the mystic forest. If it persisted and continued to absorb energy from the outside world at a speed faster than Chu Liuyue's absorption and digestion speed, then it would be very disadvantageous for Chu Liuyue. Moreover, this ball of energy looked really mottled and messy. Chu Liuyue didn't like it and would rather not have it. It would be a waste for it to be paired with the 2-Tian baby. Taizu coughed. There were probably not many people who dared to talk to the 2-Tian baby like that. Originally, that energy was taken by the 2-Tian baby, and there was nothing wrong with using it. However, after Chu Liuyue said that, it seemed to have become cheap. Even he felt that it was a little strange. Sure enough, after a short silence, the ball of light dissipated with a bang. Chu Liuyue nodded in satisfaction. "That's more like it." Taizu's mouth twitched. Sensing the dangerous aura emitted by the 2-Tian baby, Taizu was very worried. This lass is really relying on that water curtain to do whatever she wants. Chu Liuyue didn't take this to heart and turned to look at the hourglass. It seemed that a few months had passed. For the people outside, it was actually only a few days. "I wonder how Hongyu and Xiaozhou are doing. I've been trapped here, so I have no way to contact them. Thinking about it, they must be very worried. If only someone could help me pass a message." Thinking of this, Chu Liuyue suddenly remembered the voices she heard before. One of them even called out her name clearly. If those people could help. Chu Liuyue looked up. It was pitch black. He couldn't see or hear anything. Those voices hadn't appeared for a long time. She retracted her gaze regretfully as a trace of doubt flashed through her mind. She didn't remember knowing such people, but they seemed to be very familiar with her. She pursed her lips slightly. She vaguely felt that she had forgotten something. But she didn't even know what stage of memory she had forgotten. This was because there was no missing time in her mind. As far as she was concerned, her memory was complete. This caused a ripple in her heart. Also, who was that black-clothed man on the cliff? Red Moon Desert. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, almost blinding people. The sand was boiling hot, as if it had been roasted by charcoal. Heat waves surged, and the nearby void was slightly distorted due to the heat. There was no wind in the surroundings at all. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that such a place could roast people into jerky. In the vast and boundless desert, there was not a single person. However, on the undulating sand dunes, there was a muscular figure that was quickly passing by. It was Shui. If someone looked down from above, they would be able to see that the sand dunes in the Red Moon Desert were arranged according to a certain pattern. And as time passed, these sand dunes were also silently changing. It was as if an invisible hand was controlling everything, changing the position of these sand dunes at will. And Shui was running back and forth at the top of these sand dunes. According to that person's instructions, it had to run continuously here, and it could only land at the top of the sand dunes every time, leaving at most 2 paw prints. This matter seemed simple, but in reality, it consumed a lot of energy and strength. This was because the vast Red Moon Desert was under the control of the other party. In the past few days, Shui had run around the entire Red Moon Desert several times. Its originally snow-white fur was also stained with a layer of yellow sand, turning into a dirty yellowish-white color. After running for a long time, Shui's strength was almost exhausted. It raised its head to take a look. There were no clouds in the sky, and the sun was shining brightly. And there were sand dunes that kept appearing in front of it. Even a divine beast couldn't withstand such torment. "You're too slow." A baby-like voice suddenly sounded in its ears. Shui was shocked and forced to speed up again. It had no choice. Although those people could only come out during the night of the Red Moon Desert, it was still easy for them to monitor it. Shui's heart was bitter. For the 10,000th time, it regretted signing a contract with Rongxiu. For the 10,000th time, it fantasized about running away from home. Once it was done with the punishment here, it would definitely not go back. It wanted to follow Chu Luyue. Sob, 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 I miss that warm embrace. Shui accepted its fate and ran forward. Dabeo, aren't you too cruel? Look at how tired little Shui is. His fine fur was about to turn into withered grass. TSK. Lan Zhan said with some disdain. If you want to say who's wrong, it's Rongxiu. Why are you venting your anger on little Shui? Dugu Mobao sneered coldly. Can't you guess why Rongxiu sent it here himself? If we don't teach it a lesson, Rongxiu will think that we're easy to bully. Lan Zhan thought for a moment. Anyway, don't let Rongxiu off just because you tortured little Shui. When the time comes, you can deal with it however you want. As long as little Shui didn't make up for it. Diwu Zhangzi said slowly, Hehe, you just don't like Rongxiu, right? When he comes, can't you do it yourself? Lan Zhan sighed. Do you think I'm stupid? If I touch Rongxiu, will the girl let me go if she knows? I'm different from Dabeo. No one will think you're mute if you don't speak. It doesn't matter if I'm mute or not. The main thing is to look good. Dugu Mobao forcibly suppressed its anger. Such a big thing happened to the girl. Rongxiu knew about it and didn't report it. It's his fault. Moreover, that divine beast by his side was almost spoiled by him. Do you really think he sent it here just to ask for forgiveness? This kid wants me to help him tame the beast. Rongxiu, who had just walked out of the hall, sneezed again. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from love. Chapter 780. Tianling Palace. Huayang Palace. Shang Wanwan leaned into Jiang Yucheng's arms and tightly gripped his arm as if she was grabbing onto her last life-saving straw. Yucheng, help me. Help me. Only you can help me. She kept spitting out blood, and her voice was hoarse and hopeless. She looked like a wretched ghost. Jiang Yucheng had never seen Sheng Wanwan like this. He suppressed the disgust in his heart and tried to push her away a little. But Sheng Wanwan hugged him very tightly, and he couldn't ignore her. Jiang Yucheng was worried that if he overdid it, it would cause a huge shock to her, so he could only hold it in. He looked at the light flowing under Sheng Wanwan's skin and knitted his brows tightly. What exactly did you provoke? He originally thought that after Sheng Wanwan hid underground, she personally took action against those people. But he didn't expect her to use those tree roots. Thinking of Yang Qin, who chose to self-destruct previously and had a rotten and bloody aura on her, his face turned cold. You attacked Yang Qin, previously, didn't you? Sheng Wanwan felt very guilty and shifted her gaze. I only borrowed a little of her strength. But I also don't know what those tree roots are. To Jiang Yucheng, Sheng Wanwan was really too stupid to treat Yang Qin, in Xiling City. So many eyes are watching her openly and secretly. Once someone finds out, she can't even keep her status as the third princess, let alone the throne. But now that Yang Qin is already dead, there's no point in pursuing this. Once outsiders see Sheng Wanwan's current appearance, they will definitely think of Yang Qin, back then. So no matter what, I have to think of a way to solve Sheng Wanwan's problem. Jiang Yucheng held his breath and looked at Sheng Wanwan solemnly. Sit up first and give me your hand. When Sheng Wanwan heard this, her eyes suddenly lit up. She quickly struggled to sit up in his arms and reached out her hand. Jiang Yucheng glanced at it and saw a hand as thin as a skeleton. It was stained with messy bloodstains, which made him nauseous. Jiang Yucheng forced himself to restrain himself. He stretched out his hand and slowly placed it against Sheng Wanwan's as origin power surged around him. Gradually, there seemed to be a layer of black mist spreading out from his eyes, gradually dyeing them black. Even the sclera of his eyes had turned black. At first glance, they looked like two dark holes. It was a little horrifying. A stream of origin power slowly entered Sheng Wanwan's body. More than half of her Yuan meridian had been repaired, so the transition of origin power could be considered smooth. At this moment, the dark green light had already flowed to her shoulder. Jiang Yucheng controlled his own power and approached bit by bit. A trace of pain appeared on Sheng Wanwan's face. Wherever Jiang Yucheng's power passed, it was as if it was being forcefully cut by a knife. If there were outsiders present at this moment, they would be shocked to discover that the aura of the origin power that Jiang Yucheng had sent out was clearly stronger than his current realm. Logically speaking, this was definitely not a power that he could use by himself. However, Sheng Wanwan seemed to have already known this. She was not the least bit surprised by this. Instead, she forcefully endured the pain. When that power slowly approached Sheng Wanwan's shoulder and was about to clash with the dark green light, the latter suddenly exploded. Bang! Following the explosion, Sheng Wanwan's body shook, and flesh and blood splattered from her shoulder. Ah! She was momentarily caught off guard and was shocked by this sudden change. Fear and panic instantly surged into her heart. After a short moment of being stunned, the intense pain spread. Sheng Wanwan was in so much pain that her face turned pale, and she almost fainted. Jiang Yucheng, who was nearby, was also shocked. This explosion happened too suddenly, so much so that he did not even have time to react or dodge before he was directly knocked down by the tyrannical and violent airflow. His chest shook, and a strong smell of blood surged up between his lips and teeth. However, he did not have time to care about his injuries and immediately looked up. Sheng Wanwan fell to the ground. Her left shoulder had completely festered and turned into a bloody mess. If it had been a little more to the side, her entire arm would probably have been broken. As for that dark green light, it had already dissipated without a trace. Jiang Yucheng was still in shock, and his heart was beating crazily. Just now. What exactly happened? Sheng Wanwan's painful moans pulled Jiang Yucheng back from his thoughts. He suppressed the surging blood in his chest and walked towards Sheng Wanwan. Sheng Wanwan was lying on the ground, covered in blood. However, some of the energy that had been devoured earlier seemed to have returned. Her body, which was originally so thin that only bones were left, was gradually recovering. Although she still looked a lot thinner than before, it was still much better than her skeleton-like appearance. Sheng Wanwan's mind was blank. Looking at Jiang Yucheng, who appeared in front of her, she opened her mouth, but could not speak. Jiang Yucheng frowned. With Sheng Wanwan like this, it was impossible for her to go out and meet anyone. There were still so many people waiting in Minghua Palace, and they could not afford to waste time. He took out a jade bottle and poured out 2 pills. One was for himself, and the other was for Sheng Wanwan. This is to regulate your blood and qi and nourish your body. Take it first. Also, according to your current condition, you can't go to Minghua Palace anymore. Later, let Chani come in to take care of you. Also, send Sua Mingxi into the palace to check on your injuries. You must not leave any problems. Sheng Wanwan opened her mouth and looked at him with a sorrowful gaze. I will handle Minghua Palace. Tell the public that you were injured while getting medicine for His Majesty and need to recuperate. In a short period of time, Jiang Yucheng had already made his decision. Sheng Wanwan wanted to say something, but hesitated. In the end, she nodded with difficulty to express her agreement. She also understood that this was the only way in the current situation. Then, Jiang Yucheng turned and left. Sheng Wanwan closed her eyes in despair and resentment. She could clearly feel that more than half of the strength that she had accumulated with great difficulty had been used up after this torture. She just wanted to repair her Yuan meridian and become an expert again. Why was it so difficult? That light, what was going on? After Jiang Yucheng handed Sheng Wanwan to Chani, he returned to Minghua Palace. Everyone thought that Sheng Wanwan would come with Jiang Yucheng this time, but in the end, they only saw Jiang Yucheng alone. They could not help but look at each other with doubtful expressions. Jiang Yucheng walked in front of everyone with a trace of worry and concern. I'm afraid the 3rd princess won't be able to come today. She was injured while getting medicine for His Majesty. Now, she has to rest in bed for a few days. Please forgive her. After a short period of silence, Jian Shai asked, what kind of medicine is it that the 3rd princess risked her life to get it? Jiang Yucheng paused. Dancing Lotus. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 781. Everyone was shocked. Jian Shai was stunned for a moment before continuing to ask. Dancing Lotus? Is it the legendary Dancing Lotus that can revive a dead person? Jiang Yucheng nodded. Yes. If not for this, the 3rd princess wouldn't be willing to take the risk to retrieve it. Song Luan said excitedly. The 3rd princess is really filial to His Majesty. After retrieving this Dancing Lotus, His Majesty's health will definitely improve. Jiang Yucheng frowned imperceptibly, and his tone was slightly cold. Sect Master Song is right, but it's a pity that we haven't successfully retrieved the Dancing Lotus. Song Luan's face instantly flushed red. Many people around couldn't help but laugh secretly. He flattered the wrong horse. He's really something. Song Luan felt that he had lost face and muttered. I see. I think that the Dancing Lotus is a rare treasure in the world. It must be very difficult to retrieve it successfully. I thought too simply. Jiang Yucheng couldn't be bothered to argue with him so much. He nodded and said, You're right. What you said is correct. The Dancing Lotus is indeed extremely difficult to approach. Elder Qiushi died because of that Dancing Lotus. The moment he said that, the huge Minghua Palace instantly quietened down. Everyone's expression changed simultaneously. They didn't expect the matter to be so troublesome. Elder Qiushi was an elder of the royal family and was naturally very powerful. Even he couldn't do it and died just like that. It could be seen how dangerous that dancing lotus was. That dancing lotus grows in the mirror lake of the Dahuang swamp. Originally, we wanted to pluck it and bring it back for His Majesty to use. However, that mirror lake is a little strange, and even Elder Qiushi wasn't spared. Thus, we were worried about the safety of the soldiers and disciples of the various families and sects, so we made a prompt decision and chose to return. Jiang Yucheng's words not only explained the reason for Sheng Guanwan's injury but also explained the reason for everyone's sudden return. This time, they returned in a hurry and would definitely cause a huge commotion in the entire Xiling city. There would be countless guesses and rumors in the open and in the dark. Jiang Yucheng didn't want to be criticized because of this matter. I see, no wonder Her Highness the Third Princess brought her men back so quickly. She did it out of consideration for everyone's safety. What's so strange about Mirror Lake? Why is it so dangerous? After a short period of silence, everyone started to discuss. Obviously, the various guesses and complaints about Sheng Guanwan and the others from before had quietly dissipated at this time. In such a situation, who could reprimand them? Jiang Yucheng looked around and waited for everyone to finish talking before he said, "What's the matter?" Therefore, we came back this time. On one hand, we don't want to cause unnecessary casualties. On the other hand, we want to find a few experts to go to the Great Desolate Swamp again and join forces to retrieve the Dancing Lotus. The hall fell silent. What do you all think? After Jiang Yucheng asked, no one spoke for a while. Everyone secretly exchanged glances with each other as they pondered. Without a doubt, a heavenly treasure like the Dancing Lotus was fatally attractive to anyone. But at the same time, they had to consider their safety. Even Elder Qiushi had died there. How many people could guarantee that they would be able to return safe and sound? Most importantly, even if they succeeded in retrieving the Dancing Lotus, they would still have to give it to His Majesty in the end. What could they get? Everyone present was an important figure of high status, and each of them was very shrewd. They either represented the entire clan or the entire sect. If something happened to them, who knew how many people would be implicated? Therefore, even if they were indeed loyal to His Majesty, when it came to their own lives, they still had to think carefully. No one spoke. The air seemed to have frozen. Jiang Yucheng frowned imperceptibly. He had expected that a large portion of these people might not be willing to take this risk, but he didn't expect that everyone would be like this. He hesitated for a moment and said, "I know that this trip is dangerous and that everyone has concerns, but that Dancing Lotus is simply too important to His Majesty. In addition to the corresponding reward, apart from the Dancing Lotus, the other herbs found will also belong to each of you." Many people's eyes lit up. If that was the case, they could still consider it. The reason why Elder Qiushi died was that he was careless at that time. Secondly, he went alone with no one to support him. You are all the top powerhouses of the Tianling dynasty. If you all join forces, it shouldn't be a problem to take the Dancing Lotus, right? There was no doubt that Jiang Yucheng's words made many people's minds waver. Since the Dancing Lotus had appeared in Mirror Lake, there might be other treasures. As long as they were fully prepared, even if they really couldn't get it, they would still have the ability to escape. They wouldn't follow in Elder Qiushi's footsteps. At this moment, a voice sounded. "I'm willing to go." Hearing this, everyone looked over and found that the person who spoke was actually Yuqi Song. Everyone, including Jiang Yucheng, was shocked. Everyone present was likely to go, but they felt that Yuqi Song was the least likely to go. There were only a few people left in the Chongshu Pavilion now, and they were all relying on him, the pavilion master. If something happened to him, wouldn't the Chongshu Pavilion be completely finished? Besides, Chu Luyue and the others had died in the Dahuang swamp, and he actually wanted to go to that sad place. What was he thinking? However, facing everyone's doubtful eyes, Yuchi Song's expression was calm and indifferent, and he didn't care. He had made up his mind. Jian Shai touched his chin. As a celestial physician, I naturally have to go and see what the dancing lotus looks like. I'll go too. At this time, Chu Luyue naturally didn't know that in Xiling City, thousands of miles away, a group of people was planning to come to the Dahuang swamp again. She was trapped in this small place, and the only thing she could do was cultivate. Taizu glanced at the hourglass beside him. Counting the time, less than 10 days had passed outside. However, more than half a year had passed here. Chu Luyue cultivated day and night here as if she had entered a meditative state. At first, Taizu was worried that Chu Luyue wouldn't be used to staying here for a long time. However, he didn't expect her to be so determined. She said that she wanted to cultivate, but she only did this one thing wholeheartedly. If it were someone else, they might have felt bored and depressed long ago. However, Chu Luyue didn't. Even Taizu was amazed by her patience. He couldn't help but be curious. I wonder how powerful Chu Luyue will be when she comes out of here. Time passed slowly. Qin Yi and the others, who were waiting in the mystic forest, had already endured for nearly half a month. At the start, they would still guess when Chu Luyue would come out, but they basically wouldn't say anything now. The only thing they could do was to cultivate while waiting silently. However, this tranquility was quickly broken. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Web. Chapter 782. Someone entered the mystic forest again. Qin Yi didn't know about the situation at Mirror Lake and Red Moon Desert. However, he stayed in the mystic forest for a long time and left traces in many places. If anything were to happen, he would be able to sense it. Someone's here. In the quiet atmosphere, Qin Yi's words were very prominent. The few of them looked over. Lei Laosi frowned. Who else would come at this time? Even if someone barged into Dahuang swamp, they probably wouldn't come in after seeing the mystic forest's current state, right? Qin Yi's expression became serious. The other party isn't weak. Seeing his reaction, the few of them became serious. Big brother, how many of them are here? Should be 5. Qin Yi narrowed his long and narrow eyes. What he didn't say was that the other party's aura was very familiar. Lei Laosi scratched his head. Why don't I go and test them first? No need. They won't come here. Qin Yi paused and stopped Lei Laosi's actions. At the same time, the few figures that entered the forest not long ago stopped. It was Jiang Yucheng and the others, who came again. Other than him, there were 4 other people. They were Yuchi Song, Jian Shai, Song Luan, and Grand Tutor, Xiahou Rong. There was no need to explain why the first few people were here. Xiahou Rong was the Grand Tutor and had always been doted on by His Majesty. In addition, he wasn't weak himself, so logically speaking, he was one of the people who should come. This time, Mu Qinghe didn't bring the Black Cavalry along. There were too many casualties previously, so he still had many things to settle. Also, Dahuang Swamp was extremely dangerous, and normal people would only die if they came here. Not only would they not be of help, but they might even become a burden. The few of them stood still and looked at the scene in front of them with complicated expressions. Jiang Yucheng said, "You've all seen it. As you can see, the mystic forest has been reduced to such a state. It was very dangerous back then. Originally, he wanted to take them directly to Mirror Lake, but Yuchi Song said that she wanted to have a look at the mystic forest, so they came. Anyone could guess that Yuchi Song still wanted to look for his disciples. Song Luan originally didn't want to agree, but the others didn't say anything, so he could only follow along. Jian Shai looked around. Elder Song, I heard that Hong Yu and the rest are still in the mystic forest. why don't we look for them? Then go to Mirror Lake? It won't take much time anyway. Anyway, it was better to find as many as possible. It was always good to have one more survivor. Since he had already said so much, who could say no? Song Wuan was very unhappy and looked at Jiang Yucheng. They had come here to look for the dancing lotus, but why had they come to the mystic forest to look for someone? She originally thought that Jiang Yucheng would speak up to stop her, but to her surprise, even Jiang Yucheng agreed to it. Helpless, Song Wuan could only swallow his words. Jiang Yucheng slowly clenched his fists in his sleeves, and a trace of nervousness arose in his heart. His rationality told him that it was impossible for Chu Luyue to still be alive, but deep in his heart, there seemed to be an indescribable desire. If she's really still alive, a bright and dazzling smile appeared in his mind. Sheng Wanwan had already become like that, and he didn't know if she could recover. He didn't know when it started, but when facing Sheng Wanwan, the remaining patience in his heart had already been exhausted. He suddenly thought of something and looked at Yuchi Song, seemingly unintentionally asking, "Elder Song, did anyone inform Chu Luyue's fiancé about what happened here?" Digression 6. 6 p.m. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 783. Everyone was shocked. Jian Shai froze for a moment before he continued to ask, "Whirling Lotus? Is it the legendary Whirling Lotus that can bring the dead back to life?" Jiang Yucheng nodded his head. Yes. If it weren't for this, the third princess wouldn't have taken the risk to retrieve it. Song Wuan said excitedly, "The third princess is truly filial to His Majesty. If we retrieve the Whirling Lotus, His Majesty's health will definitely improve." Jiang Yucheng's brows furrowed imperceptibly. His tone was slightly cold. Leader Song is right. However, it's a pity that the Whirling Lotus hasn't been retrieved yet. Song Wuan's face suddenly turned the color of a pig's liver. Many people around them couldn't help but laugh secretly. His bootlicking had failed miserably, and he was truly to blame. Song Wuan felt that he had lost face. He mumbled, "I see. The Whirling Lotus is a rare treasure in the world. It must be very difficult to retrieve it." I was too naive, Jiang Yucheng was too lazy to argue with him. He nodded his head and said, "You're right. The Whirling Lotus is indeed extremely difficult to get close to. Elder Qiushi died to retrieve the Whirling Lotus." As soon as he said this, the huge clear flower palace suddenly quieted down. Everyone's expression changed. They didn't expect the situation to be so troublesome. Elder Qiushi was an elder of the royal family. His strength was undeniable. Even he didn't manage to do it and died. This showed how dangerous the Whirling Lotus was. The Whirling Lotus grows in the Mirror Lake of the Great Desolation Swamp. Originally, we wanted to pluck it and bring it back for His Majesty to use. However, that Mirror Lake was a little strange. Even Elder Qiushi couldn't escape. Therefore, we were worried about the safety of the soldiers and the disciples of the various sects, so we made a prompt decision and chose to come back. Jiang Yucheng's words not only explained the reason for Sheng Wanwan's injury, but also the reason why everyone suddenly came back. This time, they came back in a hurry. It was bound to cause a great commotion in the entire West Hill city. Who knew how many guesses and rumors would appear in the open and in the dark? Jiang Yucheng didn't want to be criticized because of this. "I see, no wonder Her Highness the Third Princess brought people back so quickly. She was thinking about everyone's safety. What's so strange about that Mirror Lake? Why is it so dangerous?" After a short period of silence, everyone began to discuss among themselves. Obviously, all the guesses and complaints about Sheng Wanwan and the others had quietly disappeared. Under such circumstances, who could reprimand them? Jiang Yucheng looked around, and when everyone was almost done speaking, he said, "Therefore, we came back this time not to cause unnecessary casualties. On the other hand, we wanted to find a few experts to go to the Great Desolate Swamp again and work together to retrieve the Whirling Lotus. The main hall fell silent. What do you think? After Jiang Yucheng asked, no one spoke for a while. Everyone secretly exchanged glances with each other, each of them thinking. There was no doubt that a treasure like the Whirling Lotus was fatally attractive to everyone. But at the same time, they had to consider their safety. Even Elder Qiushi died there, so how many people could guarantee that they would be able to return safely and without worry? Most importantly, even if they took the risk and successfully retrieved the Whirling Lotus, they would still have to offer it to His Majesty. What could they gain? Everyone present was a big shot of high status, and every one of them was very astute. They either represented the entire clan or the entire sect. If something happened to them, it was unknown how many people would be implicated. Therefore, even if they were loyal and devoted to His Majesty, they still had to consider things that involved their own lives. No one spoke. The air seemed to have frozen. Jiang Yucheng's brows furrowed imperceptibly. He had expected that a large portion of these people would not be willing to take the risk, but he did not expect everyone to be like this. He hesitated for a moment and said, I know that this trip is dangerous, and everyone has their concerns, but the Whirling Lotus is simply too important to His Majesty. Apart from the corresponding reward, apart from the Whirling Lotus, all the other herbs found will belong to everyone. Many people's eyes lit up. If that was the case, they could still consider it. Elder Qiushi died because he was careless at the time, and because he went alone without anyone to support him. Everyone here is the most powerful cultivator in Tianling dynasty. If you all work together, surely it won't be a problem to take down the Whirling Lotus? Jiang Yucheng's words undoubtedly caused many people's hearts to waver. Since the Whirling Lotus could appear in Mirror Lake, there might be other treasures as well. As long as they made sufficient preparations, even if they really couldn't get it, they still had the ability to escape, and wouldn't follow in Elder Qiushi's footsteps. Right at this moment, a voice rang out. This old man is willing to go. Hearing that, everyone looked over, and discovered that the person who spoke was actually Yuqi Song. Everyone, including Jiang Yucheng, was taken aback. Everyone present could possibly go, except for Yuqi Song. They felt that he was the least likely to go. There were only so few people left in Clear Void Pavilion now, and they were all relying on him, the pavilion master, to support them. Once something happened to him, wouldn't this Clear Void Pavilion be completely finished? Besides, Chu Luyue and the others had all died in the Great Desolate Swamp, and he actually wanted to go to that sad place. What on earth was he thinking? However, in the face of everyone's doubtful gazes, Yuqi Song's expression was calm and indifferent. He had made up his mind. Jian Shai rubbed his chin. As the heavenly doctor, I naturally have to go and see what that Whirling Lotus looks like. I'll go too. At this moment, Chu Luyue naturally did not know that in West Hill City, thousands of miles away, there was a group of people plotting to rush to the Great Desolate Swamp again. She was trapped in this small place, and the only thing she could do was cultivate. The founding father glanced at the hourglass beside him. Calculating the time, less than 10 days had passed in the outside world. However, more than half a year had passed in this place. Here, Chu Luyue cultivated day and night. Her entire person seemed to have entered a meditative state. At first, the founding father was worried that Chu Luyue would not be used to staying here for a long time. However, he did not expect her to be so determined. When she said that she wanted to cultivate, she wholeheartedly focused on this one thing. If it was someone else, they would have already felt bored and depressed. However, Chu Luyue did not. Even the great ancestor was amazed by his patience. He could not help but be curious. He did not know how strong Chu Luyue would be when she left this place. Time passed slowly. Qin Yi and the others who were waiting in the illusory fog forest had already endured for nearly half a month. At first, they would guess when Chu Luyue would come out. However, they basically did not say anything now. The only thing they could do was to cultivate while waiting in silence. However, this tranquility was soon broken. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit the website. Chapter 784. Yuqi Song glanced at Jiang Yucheng strangely and frowned slightly. Why did he suddenly mention Lu Yu's fiancé at this time? Not to mention that Chu Liyue's situation had not been thoroughly investigated. Even if something really happened, her fiancé was not in West Hill now. How could he inform him? Not yet. Yuqi Song's expression was indifferent. Why did you suddenly mention him? Jiang Yucheng sized up the other party's expression and knew that the other party had doubts in his heart. Speaking of which, it's quite a coincidence. I've met that person once before. I heard that he is a prince of country Yaochen. When he was in Yaochen, the two of them were engaged. However, he doesn't seem to be in good health. I was just thinking that if he suddenly found out about what happened here, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to bear it. I didn't expect eldest young Master Jiang to know so much about these things. You know almost better than me, his master. Yuqi Song seemed to say unintentionally. Jiang Yucheng's expression stiffened. It was indeed a little strange for him to know about these things with his status. Oh, Elder Song, don't misunderstand. I don't mean anything else. You also know that Chu Luyue is very famous in West Hill City. There must be many people who are very curious about everything about her. Even I am no exception. Jiang Yucheng straightforwardly admitted to this point. Because there was nothing to criticize. A prodigy who was outstanding in the entire West Hill would definitely attract a lot of attention. It would be strange if Jiang Yucheng did not know anything about her. As for her fiancé, I met him by coincidence and asked about him. Elder Song, you won't mind, right? Yuqi Song's expression was calm. Eldest young Master Jiang has his reasons for doing things. These words made Jiang Yucheng a little flustered, as if they were mocking him. But he still endured it. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's find them first. Jiang Yucheng did not get any useful information from Yuqi Song, so he simply did not say anything more. Yuqi Song was an old fox and not easy to deal with. As for Chu Liyue's so-called fiancé, he was just a sickly person, so why should he care about him? The next time they met, he would deal with it directly. This small interlude came to an end. They continued to walk into the forest. However, after about an hour, they still did not see anyone. Jian Shai frowned and looked at a withered tree in front of him. Wait, have we been here before? Yuqi Song said, you noticed it too? Jian Shai nodded and looked around. It seems like we've been running around in circles for the past hour. No wonder he couldn't find anything. Jiang Yucheng was stunned. Been here before? Are you sure? Jian Shai snorted and lifted his chin. I took a closer look at the patterns on the bark of that tree earlier. I'm sure that it has circled back. Xiahou Rong was shocked. Does this mean that we're going around in circles? The few of them fell silent. The situation couldn't be more clear. It was fine if one person saw wrongly, but since Jian Shai and Yuqi Song said so, there must be a problem. Even Song Luan was frowning. Jiang Yucheng also looked around in confusion. Strange, this didn't happen when we came here before. They originally thought that the miasma and tree roots were the most dangerous things in the mystic forest, but they didn't expect to encounter such trouble. Someone seems to have set up a Xian formation here, but at the same time, they also used some Chimen Duanjia to block the people who came in. Jian Shai murmured and looked at Yuqi Song. Elder Song, among us, you're the only one who has some research on this. Can you see anything? Yuchi Song specialized in celestial physician, but he also had some understanding of these strange things. The few of them looked at him. Yuchi Song was silent for a moment and shook his head. The other party is proficient in this and has set up a meticulous plan. I can't solve it either. Hearing his words, the others were all stunned. Jian Shai couldn't hide his disappointment. Then, won't we be trapped here forever? What about the children? Yuchi Song turned around and pointed in a direction. That's the direction we came from. As long as we walk in that direction, we can leave this place. However, it'll be extremely difficult to enter. Jiang Yucheng's eyes suddenly moved. Could this be Qin Yi and the rest's plan? Who's Qin Yi? Xiahou Rong asked. The various aristocratic families didn't send anyone over, so they didn't know much about what happened here. Jiang Yucheng gave a simple explanation. Yuchi Song looked down thoughtfully and didn't say anything. Jian Shai asked curiously. If it's really them, why do they have to do this? Previously, Zhu Hong and the rest said that Qin Yi and the rest treated the children quite well. You can't judge a book by its cover. Song Luan interrupted him and mocked him. If they're really decent people, why would they stay in Dahuang Swamp for such a long time for no reason? Besides, Chu Luyue snatched the 9-colored heavenly pheasant that they've been protecting. They might harbor a grudge and do something. Jian Shai glanced at him in frustration. This Song Luan really can't say anything decent. He's just afraid that others are better than him. My disciples have suffered heavy casualties, so I can't let everyone else be the same. Yuchi Song suddenly said, let's go. Let's leave first and head to Mirror Lake since the other party doesn't want us to enter. Jiang Yucheng was a little hesitant and wanted to say something. However, since even Yuchi Song didn't intend to continue walking in, he naturally didn't have a say. The group quickly returned the way they came from. After walking for a long distance, Yuchi Song finally heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He turned around with a deep gaze. So that person is actually back. Jiang Yucheng probably didn't expect this even in his dreams, right? Kacha. A fingernail-sized fragment fell from the crystal again. At this point, most of the crystal that was originally the size of 2 palms had been swallowed, and only the centermost piece was left. The 2 Tian baby was wrapped in it, and only a thin layer of shell was left on the outside. It was as though it would shatter with a knock. Of course, this energy was too massive. After Chu Luyue swallowed it, she didn't completely convert it into her own energy. Most of it was still stored in the water droplet. Despite so, Chu Luyue's abilities still increased by a lot. After staying in this space for nearly a year, she finally touched the barrier of peak stage 5. Chu Luyue melted and swallowed that fragment. She had done this countless times and could be said to be as smooth as flowing water. Then, she looked at the opposite side. As long as she peeled off one more piece, the 2 Tian baby would be exposed. The heaven-wrecking holy seed seemed to have realized this as well and began to become restless. The surrounding space also started to vibrate faintly. Chu Luyue had a thought. Crack. A crack appeared. A vast and majestic ancient aura erupted from it. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 785. Song Luan flew on his sword and flew over Mirror Lake. Looking down, it was a large piece of floating ice reflecting a cold luster. Looking from here, he could see that the ice layer was actually spreading outwards with the dancing lotus as the center. The closer it was to the dancing lotus, the thicker and smoother the ice layer was. Correspondingly, the further it was, the more fragmented the ice layer was. When it reached the dam where the 2 worlds met, there were only some small pieces of floating ice left. The so-called bridge made of ice didn't really connect the two sides. Because the distance in the middle was closer, the ice layer spread outwards and reached here first. At a glance, it did look like an ice bridge. Actually, there was still a short distance near the dam where the floating ice didn't condense. The water was sparkling, calm, and clear. Song Wuan walked forward carefully. Anyway, regardless of whether the ice bridge was completely connected, he wouldn't walk on it. In fact, he wouldn't even get close to her. He heard what Jiang Yucheng said just now clearly. Who knew how these floating pieces of ice appeared? There might be some danger hidden below. Just like that, he only controlled his sword and flew across the lake, approaching the dancing lotus in the middle bit by bit. Seeing Song Wuan go over, Jiang Yucheng looked at the remaining people. That dancing lotus is very strange. If we work together, the chances of success might be higher. The scene of Elder Qiushi being dragged under the ice layer was still vivid in his mind. Jiang Yucheng didn't dare to guarantee that Song Wuan could do much better than Elder Qiushi alone. Xiahou Rong nodded. That makes sense. There's strength in numbers. If we work together, we can take care of each other. Then, he also tiptoed and walked forward. Jian Shai looked at Yu Qi Song. The two of them exchanged glances and moved out together. Song Wuan heard their conversation clearly and couldn't help but look back. Seeing that these people had indeed caught up to him, his hanging heart finally calmed down. No matter what, the more people there were, the more confidence they had. Jiang Yucheng was at the back and also followed. Originally, he didn't want to do this. After all, he had seen with his own eyes how terrifying Mirror Lake was. Moreover, his body had not fully recovered yet. There were a few wounds on his body, and for some reason, his recovery speed was much slower than before. If it was in the past, it would have been healed long ago. There was no need for him to worry about it at all. But now, it kept going back and forth. Who knew if it was because of that tree root? However, since the seniors had already made their moves, he couldn't just stand by and watch. The few of them approached one after another. Finally, they formed a circle around the dancing lotus. It was noon, and the sun was hanging high in the sky. The bright sunlight shone on the surface of the ice, reflecting rays of dazzling light. However, they did not cover their eyes. Instead, they stared at the dancing lotus in front of them. The palm-sized flower had a total of 5 petals. Every petal was a translucent pinkish-white color, as if it was carved out of crystal jade. There was a thin layer of frost on the petals, making them look cold and noble to the extreme. So this is the dancing lotus. Song Wuan couldn't help but mutter softly. It was a top-notch medicinal herb that only existed in legends. It was rare to see it in 100 years. He licked his slightly cracked lips, and greed and desire flashed across his eyes. He kicked with the tip of his foot, flipped his sword, and instantly held it tightly in his hand. From the looks of it, he clearly planned to cut it directly with his sword. Jiang Yucheng said, "Hold on." Song Wuan was stunned. "What's the matter?" Jiang Yucheng looked at the sword in his hand and frowned. Back then, Elder Qiushi used a sword. They were standing outside at that time, and it was close to night, so they couldn't see clearly. However, he remembered clearly that Elder Qiushi was indeed dragged down after using a sword. It happened in the blink of an eye. Song Wuan's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly kept his sword and looked at the dancing lotus in shock. This thing is actually so strange. If using a sword doesn't work, how do we take it? We can't use our hands, right? Wouldn't that be more dangerous? Jiang Yucheng looked at Jian Shai and Yu Qi Song. What do the two of you think? Both of them were celestial physician. Logically speaking, they should be more knowledgeable about this. Yu Qi Song looked at the dancing lotus and sighed softly. Actually, to take this dancing lotus, it's both simple and difficult. The dancing lotus only blooms once every 500 years. Each time, it blooms for 5 years. If no one plucks it within these 5 years, it will become a seed again and go through another 500-year cycle. Therefore, it's most suitable to pluck it while it's still blooming. The medicinal effects are also the best. However, the dancing lotus is a rare treasure. Also, it's different from other treasures. It usually doesn't have high-level fiends guarding it. This causes its defense and attack to be extremely strong. If you want to pluck it safely, you need to use fresh blood as a guide. Jiang Yucheng frowned. Fresh blood as a guide? What do you mean? The smell of fresh blood will cause the dancing lotus to fall into a short slumber. As long as you smear blood on it, you can reduce its danger to the minimum. Song Wuan interrupted. Then, this doesn't seem difficult? Jian Shai sneered. It's not difficult, but the cultivator must be at least a stage 8 warrior. Since you make it sound so easy, why don't you do it? Song Wuan was very unhappy with this mocking tone. No matter what, he was still a peak stage 8 warrior. Could it be that he couldn't even take back such a small dancing lotus? What's so difficult about this? He clenched his teeth, raised his sword, and slashed his palm. Scarlet blood gushed out instantly and dyed his entire palm red. Then, he took a deep breath and stretched his hand forward. The dancing lotus swayed gently with the wind and didn't have any abnormalities. Song Wuan calmed down and was about to grab the stem of the dancing lotus. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. Swoosh! The sound was sharp. The wind whistled. It went straight for Song Wuan's glabella. Song Wuan was shocked and immediately retreated while brandishing his sword. Clang! The sound of sharp weapons clashing suddenly came. Song Wuan felt as if something had hit his sword harshly, and he instantly felt like he was bearing a heavy weight. His arm was directly numb from the shock. Song Wuan took 2 steps back in a panic before stabilizing himself with much difficulty. He looked up in shock and anger, only to see a palm-sized piece of ice that had just split neatly from the middle and fell onto the surface of the lake. He looked down and saw that there was a missing piece on the ice layer not far away. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. To be able to casually use such a piece of broken ice to easily block Song Wuan's attack and even gain the upper hand, the other party's ability was obvious. Song Wuan's heart trembled slightly. Who? After a while, the air in the distance suddenly rippled. A tall and slender black figure walked out from within. His voice was low and casual, like the wind brushing past the strings of a zither, but it also carried a superior and unparalleled arrogance. Sorry, that's my wife's flower. Digression, I won't be adding it today. Tomorrow at 12 a.m., please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from AI Network. Chapter 786. The person was wearing a black brocade shirt and didn't have any extra accessories. His long hair was draped over his shoulders, and he had a lazy and cold aura all over his body. He wore a silver mask that covered his face. Only a pair of eyes that were as deep as the starry night was like a whirlpool that had a fatal attraction. It was as if one would unconsciously sink into it if they looked at it any longer. Seeing the person, Song Wuan and the others were secretly shocked. This man's aura was extremely obscure and powerful, and he was only stronger than them. Song Wuan swallowed his saliva with difficulty. Who exactly are you? Who I am isn't important. That man's voice was casual as he chuckled softly. What's important is that you can't touch this flower. He's here for the dancing lotus? They looked at each other. Song Wuan frowned and couldn't help but retort. Everything has a first come, first served rule. We came first, so this dancing lotus naturally belongs to us. Even if you're powerful, you can't be so unreasonable, right? His tone was already very restrained. If it were someone else, Song Wuan would have chased after them long ago to teach them a lesson. However, this man in black's strength was unfathomable. They didn't dare to use force and could only start to reason with him. That's strange. This dancing lotus is still growing in the lake. How did it become yours? Could it be that this first come, first serve rule is based on who sees this dancing lotus first? That man wasn't angry. Instead, he laughed as if he heard a joke. Song Wuan's face flushed red, and he was a little embarrassed. He also knew that what he said just now wasn't reasonable. They came to this mirror lake first, but in reality, they didn't successfully take the dancing lotus away. They didn't even touch it. It was indeed unreasonable to say that this dancing lotus was his. Song Wuan wanted to continue but was silently stopped by Jiang Yucheng. Jiang Yucheng stepped forward, cupped his hands, and asked very politely, "I'm Jiang Yucheng." "I'm Jiang Yucheng. May I know who you are?" Almost everyone in the Tianling dynasty knew of Jiang Yucheng's name. His original identity as the eldest young master of the Jiang mansion was actually not worth mentioning. But because he was once the empress concubine's fiancé, he also rose with the tide and his fame increased by a lot. Jiang Yucheng introduced himself. On one hand, he hoped to know the other party's identity. On the other hand, it was a subtle deterrent. If the other party knew what was good for them, they should back off. The black-clothed man raised his eyelids slightly as a glimmer of light flashed through the depths of his eyes. "You are not qualified to know who I am." He said these words very softly and indifferently, but they carried a majesty that no one dared to disobey. Jiang Yucheng was stunned. Then, he felt as if his face had been slapped twice. It was burning with pain. He had never heard anyone speak to him like that before. In comparison, the other party seemed to be high and mighty while he was as lowly as an ant. His expression became somewhat unsightly, and his voice also became cold. "Aren't you being a little too arrogant?" Even if the other party's strength was tyrannical, he couldn't be so condescending. This mirror lake was still the territory of the Tianling dynasty. Jiang Yucheng suppressed the anger in his heart and kept searching in his mind. When did the Tianling dynasty have such a person? But after thinking for a while, he still couldn't find anything. Because this black-clothed man couldn't match up to any of the top experts in his impression. Could it be that the other party was some hidden figure, or perhaps he wasn't from the Tianling dynasty at all? This dancing lotus grows in Mirror Lake. Those who have the strength can obtain it. If you want it, feel free to come and snatch it. Jiang Yucheng said angrily. They had 5 people on their side, but the other party only had 1. No matter how strong he was, it was wishful thinking to fight 1 against 5. The black-clothed man sighed softly. "My madam told me not to act rashly." Jiang Yucheng sneered in his heart. This person was most likely afraid, but he still said it in such a dignified manner. "If you have changed your mind, feel free to leave now. For the sake of this dancing lotus, we won't argue with you so much." If possible, Jiang Yucheng still hoped to get rid of the other party as soon as possible. He didn't want to get involved in any trouble. The black-clothed man laughed softly and said slowly, "I've already said before that the flower belongs to my madam. Don't you understand?" His voice gradually turned cold, and until the last syllable, it already carried a biting cold murderous intent. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand. It was a slender, white, and well-defined hand. At first glance, it looked like it was carefully carved from white jade that was suffused with a cold light. Then, his index finger gently pointed forward. Buzz! A black force flew out like a sharp arrow. The sound of breaking air was sharp. A powerful pressure suddenly descended. An indescribable sense of danger welled up in his heart. Jiang Yucheng suddenly opened his eyes wide, and his pupils shrank. At this moment, he seemed to have been enveloped by the murderous intent. He retreated without a second thought, wanting to use his fastest speed to escape. However, after trying, he realized that his body was already unable to move. He was actually completely controlled by the other party's pressure. No matter what, he still had the combat power of a stage 7 warrior, but in front of this man, he didn't even have the right to escape. At this moment, Jiang Yucheng finally understood that the other party's strength was much stronger than they had expected. In the blink of an eye, the black origin power had already arrived in front of him. Qi! That force suddenly passed through the middle of Jiang Yucheng's chest. Blood and flesh splattered in an instant. The clothes in front of his chest were rapidly dyed red. Jiang Yucheng only felt a chill in his chest. After a short pause, intense pain engulfed him. The black-clothed man seemed a little regretful. Unfortunately, this is as far as you can go. He wanted to directly kill Jiang Yucheng, but his madam hadn't done anything yet, so he naturally had to keep him alive. Eldest young master. Seeing this situation, Song Wuan and Xiaofan were shocked and hurriedly ran over. Eldest young master, are you okay? Everything happened too quickly just now. When that man attacked, they didn't even have time to react. By the time they realized what happened, Jiang Yucheng was already injured. Jiang Yucheng clutched his chest, and warm blood flowed out. He hurriedly took out an elixir and swallowed it. For some reason, there was a faint burning pain in his lower abdomen. But at this moment, his chest was pierced through, and there was a bloody hole dripping with blood. He couldn't care so much. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but when he saw the black-clothed man, he couldn't say anything. That pair of eyes, indifferent, cold, and noble. A deep fear rose from the bottom of his heart. Suddenly, a white light flashed across Jiang Yucheng's mind, and he looked at the other party with a horrified expression. You are the Baichao buildings. You are the Baichao buildings. Chapter 787. His strength was unfathomable, his identity was mysterious, and he kept mentioning Madam. Wasn't this completely in line with the person behind 100 Herbs building that they had investigated previously? On the surface, 100 Herbs building was managed by Yu Ling, the manager, but anyone with a bit of insight could tell that 100 Herbs building had a true master. However, no one in Xiling City had ever seen this person. Even Jiang Yucheng was no exception. He had wanted to meet this mysterious person more than once, but he never had the chance. He didn't expect to meet him here. The man in black didn't seem to care about his words at all, and his fingers moved slightly. A breeze blew past, and the dancing lotus swayed gracefully. A layer of transparent barrier suddenly enveloped him. Xiaofan wanted to approach, but he was suffocated by the powerful aura that spread out from above. They looked at each other. Now, it was even more difficult to take the dancing lotus away. Song Wuan asked worriedly and nervously, "Eldest young master, what should we do now?" Jiang Yucheng was seriously injured, and his situation didn't look good. The remaining few of them might not be that man in black's match. Even if they worked together, it would be very difficult to take back the dancing lotus. Jiang Yucheng gritted his teeth, and his lips and teeth were filled with the thick smell of blood. His chest and abdomen were surging, and his vision was turning black. His body hadn't completely recovered, and now that he was injured again, it was even more serious. For safety's sake, they should leave as soon as possible and not face this man directly. But that dancing lotus, he took a deep breath and said, "I'm fine. The dancing lotus is extremely important to Her Majesty. Please work together and take it back." Jiang Yucheng's words shocked the few of them. "Eldest young master, have you thought it through? The dancing lotus is important, but you can't ignore your body," Song Wuan said anxiously. He glanced at the man in black from the corner of his eye, and his heart tightened. His arm was still numb and throbbing with pain. He was certain that he was definitely not the other party's match. This man was definitely the strongest he had seen in his life. If he continued to be so forceful, perhaps all of them would suffer in the end. Jiang Yucheng naturally didn't want to give up his life. But the dancing lotus was too important. He had to find a way to wake His Majesty up. If he missed this dancing lotus, who knew how long he would have to wait for the next opportunity? He shook his head. His Majesty's health is more important. Please. At this moment, the ice on the lake began to spread faster. The man in black lowered his eyes to take a look. His eyes moved slightly as he chuckled. Looks like it's almost time. He didn't want these people to see what happened next. Thinking of this, he raised his head and looked at them. Then, with a slight movement of his palm, a black ball flew out from his palm. That round ball grew in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it spread into a huge net. Retreat. Jian Shai made a prompt decision and retreated without hesitation. But even though they were fast, that thing was even faster. With a swoosh, they were all enveloped by the huge black net. The black net once again condensed into a sphere and rapidly retreated. Their line of sight was instantly blocked and they fell into darkness. After an unknown period of time, the darkness in front of him finally dispersed. The restraining force around them suddenly disappeared. They were finally able to look around and discovered that they had already been expelled from Dahuang Swamp. Jian Shai sucked in a breath of cold air. Who exactly is that person? How can he have such means? One had to know that they had to transfer through 2 transportation arrays to enter Dahuang Swamp. But that man in black actually chased them here so easily? Jian Shai knew that he couldn't do it. In fact, almost no one in the entire Tianling dynasty could do it. Yu Qisong suddenly said, although that person chased us out, he didn't kill us. Although Song Wan and Jiang Yucheng were injured, he didn't take their lives in the end. Song Wan was still alright. As for Jiang Yucheng, perhaps because he spoke a little impolitely earlier, the other party also hit him a little harder. But in the end, he still spared Jiang Yucheng's life. Otherwise, with his ability, it would be easy to kill Jiang Yucheng. Xiahou Rong sighed deeply. Fortunately, Jiang Yucheng's face was pale, but his eyes were very gloomy. Fortunately? What was there to be thankful for? Could it be that he had to kneel down and thank the other party for not killing him after that man in black severely injured him? He had lived for more than 20 years and had never suffered such humiliation. In other people's eyes, the other party might have let them go because he gave them a way out. But in Jiang Yucheng's eyes, that wasn't the case. This only made him feel aggrieved. Angry. Resentful. He was proud by nature and was unwilling to fall behind others in any aspect. Now that he was crushed by the other party without any suspense, how could he feel comfortable? That man in black actually didn't care about them at all. Thinking of this, anger attacked his heart and he spat out another mouthful of blood as usual. Song Wan hesitated and asked, Then what do we do now? Eldest young master, your body can't be delayed. At the mention of this, Jiang Yucheng was even more annoyed. It was fine that they returned without any results the last time, but this was already the second time. Moreover, they specially invited these powerful people to come together, but they still ended up with nothing. What about Her Majesty? It was getting closer and closer to his wedding with Shenghuan. If Her Majesty didn't wake up, just now, you said that person was from 100 Herbs Building? Yu Qisong suddenly asked. After sending those people out, the man in black walked forward and finally stood in front of the dancing lotus. He looked down and his originally cold and indifferent eyes seemed to have a layer of frost melted as slight ripples appeared. I haven't been here for a while and you've been pestered by that thing? His voice was low and seemed to have a trace of a lazy smile. As he spoke, he waved his sleeves lightly. The ice surface suddenly cracked. The dancing lotus swayed gently. On the stem, rays of light reflected. Looking carefully, it turned out to be a silk thread thinner than a hair wrapped around its stem. The man in black hooked his finger slightly. The thread broke apart, flew up, and landed in his palm, becoming a messy ball. Looking at it like this, it could be barely seen that this thing was slightly green. A cluster of golden flames suddenly ignited in his palm. That ball was instantly burned to ashes. He said lazily, "It's fine to bully my wife, but you actually dare to cheat. You're too shameless." The ice layer on the lake began to gradually shatter. Some of the floating ice also slowly melted. On the mirror lake, the waves were sparkling, and it was a quiet and peaceful scene. Suddenly, a roar broke the silence here. Roar. This sound almost shook the mountain forest and spread far and wide between heaven and earth. The man in black looked up. Well, it seems that a certain person's recent training results are very gratifying. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 788. With a thought, his tall and slender figure instantly disappeared from where he stood. The sun shone brightly and shone down. The mirror lake, which gradually regained its calm, reflected the blue sky, which was very moving. The frost on the dancing lotus had unknowingly dissipated, and the translucent pink and white petals were sparkling as they moved with the wind. Not only did this roar reach the mirror lake, but the few people in the mystic forest also heard it clearly. The few people who were originally waiting all turned around with different expressions. Mu Hongyu couldn't help but ask, what was that roar? That roar just now, what kind of magical beast was it? It must be a high-level fiend to be able to cause such a commotion, right? Lei Laosi chuckled and looked over with an excited expression. High-level fiend? I'm afraid it's more than that. Yi Ranran exclaimed and realized that he had lost his composure, so he hurriedly covered his mouth. Could it be another legendary fiend? Lei Laosi looked at Qin Yi. Big brother, what do you think? Qin Yi narrowed his eyes and replied after a while. It's indeed a legendary fiend. However, it sounds like it came from the Red Moon Desert. The mystic forest was basically under his control. If any legendary fiend appeared here, he would definitely notice it immediately. This roar came so suddenly, so it must have come from the Red Moon Desert. However, what surprised him was that even if it was a legendary fiend, it was still shocking that its roar could travel so far from the Red Moon Desert. This legendary fiend's abilities shouldn't be underestimated. Red Moon Desert? That far? The few of them were shocked. Mu Hongyu tilted her head, and a trace of curiosity appeared on her face. Speaking of which, there are quite a lot of rumors about the Mystic Forest and Mirror Lake in Dahuang Swamp, but only the Red Moon Desert seems to be very mysterious. When we came, we only took a quick look. It was an endless golden desert with rolling heat waves. Magnificent, majestic, and majestic. Before she came, she even did some research on Dahuang Swamp and realized that the description of the Red Moon Desert was the least. After looking at it for a long time, she still couldn't figure it out. Qin Yi restrained his expression and said seriously, "You can't go there. None of you are allowed to casually approach the Red Moon Desert. If you hear anything, pretend that you didn't hear anything. Do you understand?" Mu Hongyu originally said it casually, but she didn't expect Qin Yi to instruct or warn her so seriously. She quickly straightened her back. Got it. Red Moon Desert. It was the time of the day when the sun was at its brightest. The golden desert was boundless. The ground was boiling hot, and heat waves were rolling. This place was like a huge steamer, stuffy and hot. There seemed to be flames burning under the ground. On the undulating sand dunes, a white figure was standing. It was Xiaofan. In fact, it had already turned into an earthy yellow color, and its entire body was dirty. Compared to before, it had lost a lot of weight. However, the aura on its body was much stronger than before. It didn't stop to rest as it continued to run through the vast desert. Finally, it reached the standard and was able to rest for a while. Shui could not help but let out a long howl. She looked at the sand dunes in the desert with tears in her eyes. It's alive. A tall and straight black figure gradually appeared in front of it. Shui's tears hung at the corners of its eyes, but they could not fall. It was very awkward. As I placed all my attention on training, I didn't notice that my master actually came. A baby-like voice slowly sounded. You still dare to come? That man took off his mask and revealed a noble and devilish face. It was Wuxia. Digression: 60 Clock mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from the Love Network. Chapter 789. Wuxia chuckled, as if he did not hear the dissatisfaction and murderous intent in his words. He nodded slightly. Greetings to the 3 seniors. It has been a long time since we last met. You seem to be more energetic than before. Whoosh! A cloud of yellow sand suddenly swept up from the ground. It transformed into a long sword and pierced towards Wuxia. The scorching hot air was instantly torn apart by a black hole. A biting cold attacked. It went straight for Wuxia's glabella. Wuxia looked up slightly with a calm expression. His deep phoenix eyes were as pure and unfathomable as the starry night. His cold and undisciplined eyes finally flashed with a trace of seriousness. He held a long silver sword in his hand. Immediately, the sword rose. The sword fell. Whoosh! This sword movement was extremely simple. There were no fancy moves. It only gathered a terrifying force and fell straight down. The sword light flew out. It broke through the air. 2 streaks of sword energy met the attack head-on. The hot golden sand was like a hurricane that swept past, and the yellow sand flew everywhere. 2 deep grooves appeared on the sand. Clang! A crisp sound of collision was heard. The 2 streaks of sword energy transformed into countless streaks of light. A violent aura erupted from the middle and swept wildly in all directions. Seeing this, Shui immediately buried its head in its paws. It had been here for so many days. It did not learn anything else, but it had trained its instinct to avoid the wind and sand. Although it was already covered in dust, its master was here after all. If it could save it, it would do its best to save it. Shui's fur danced wildly in the wind. Fortunately, its body had become much stronger recently, and it was still very stable in the wind. After a while, the waves gradually calmed down. Shui crawled out from a pile of sand. Its body shook violently as it looked at its master. Wuxia was still standing in the same spot. His feet sank half an inch into the sand. He tidied his clothes. Actually, he was still as clean as new. Not a single grain of sand was on him. It could be seen that he had dealt with this move with ease. Wuxia cupped his fists and smiled faintly. Thank you for your guidance, senior. After a while, the baby-like voice sounded again. I haven't seen you for a few years, and you've already cultivated to such a level. No wonder you're so arrogant. Senior, you're mistaken. In front of you, I don't dare to offend you at all. How is this arrogant? Wuxia raised his eyebrows slightly, but his tone was very sincere. Dugu Mabao snorted. Lan Shao couldn't help but interject. Actually, it doesn't matter if you're insolent or not, but your face hasn't changed much. It's still as annoying as before. His voice sounded sour. Diwu Zhangzi couldn't help but say, Lan Shao, can you have even one chance to see someone for the first time? Isn't that about their face? Lan. Diwu Zhangze thought to himself that he really had a problem. He actually hoped that Lan Xiao could correct this problem. "Senior, you flatter me." Lan Xiao was speechless. He was a little sad. "Damn it, there's actually a man who's more shameless and narcissistic than me in this world." He boasted that he had reached the peak in this aspect, but every time he met Rong Xiu, he was always one step behind. He would always return empty-handed and be angered half to death. Dugu Maobao couldn't help but say coldly, "Damn pervert, can't you stop for a while at your age? Is this the main point?" "The main point is the girl." Lan Xiao was furious. "Who are you calling old?" "That's right, Big Bao, you still have to grow for a few hundred years before you can reach my waist, ah." Lan Xiao's voice stopped abruptly after a short and sharp cry. Rong Xiu looked at the void in front of him and said, "It's been a few years. Seniors, you're not even willing to come out and meet me?" Dugu Maobao snorted coldly. "If the girl is here, we'll naturally come out to meet you. But you're the only one here now. Why do we have to go out?" Rong Xiu's expression changed slightly. He rubbed his brows helplessly and found it funny. "It's still the same as before. Rong Xiu, you're a smart person. You should know why we're looking for you this time." Dugu Maobao's voice sounded much more serious with a hint of coldness. "What's the matter with you, The moment he said that, the surrounding space seemed to have frozen. Shui froze and didn't dare to move. The surroundings were clearly hot, but at this moment, it felt bone-piercing cold. It was as if a wave of coldness was spreading from all directions. It looked at its master worriedly. Rong Xiu's expression became much calmer. He didn't speak for a long time. Until Dugu Maobao and the rest thought that Rong Xiu wasn't going to say anything, he finally spoke. "Originally, you and I had promised to visit you again, but a lot of things happened in the past few years, so we haven't been able to come. Please forgive us, seniors." Rong Xiu's tone was very calm, as if he was talking about something unrelated. But if one listened carefully, they would realize that under the seemingly calm sea, there were endless waves surging, as if this peace would be broken at any time. After a moment of silence, Lan Xiao couldn't help but ask. "And then? What the hell is going on?" This Rong Xiu was really too much. How could he only say half of what he wanted to say? Rong Xiu paused. "Please forgive me for not being able to tell you what exactly happened now. When you see her in the future, it'll be more appropriate for you to ask her." "Why you're not going to say it clearly?" Lan Xiao was a little surprised. Diwu Zhangze couldn't help but say. "There's no difference whether you, or you say it. Can't you just say it now?" The two of them were very close. Wasn't it the same no matter who said it? Rong Xiu shook his head. Although he was tactful, he was very determined. It's indeed better for her to say some things. There were too many things involved. It might not be a good thing to let them all know now. Besides, there were a lot of things that even she didn't know about. Seeing how determined Rong Xiu was, the few of them knew that they wouldn't be able to get anything out of him. Lan Xiao snorted. "If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Anyway, we'll be able to see her soon." When the time came, he would definitely ask everything clearly. Big Bao, don't help him tame his beasts anymore. Let little Snow go back with him. We'll wait here for her to come out. Shui, who had been forgotten, was filled with tears again. "Can I finally escape from this sea of suffering?" Rong Xiu said seriously. "Thank you seniors for taking care of Shui. However, I'll continue to stay here for a period of time. So, it'll be good for Shui to accompany you here. Is that okay?" Shui looked at its master in disbelief as if it couldn't believe that he actually dared to sell it in front of them. Dugu Maobao said, "It's fine if it stays. It's also fine if you don't want to say it. However, I have one last question. Were you the one who changed Yu's body? Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Chapter 790. Chu Luyue, who was trapped underground, was completely unaware of the changes in the outside world. She didn't even notice Rong Xiu's arrival. In the dark space, Chu Luyue and the two Tian baby had already exchanged a few blows and were now in a stalemate. The thick and heavy space was the two Tian baby's divine domain, and it could basically control everything in here. As for Chu Luyue, every move she made here was extremely laborious. When she used the same move, the origin power she consumed here was at least 2 or 3 times more than what she normally consumed outside. If it was someone else, they might not be able to hold on. But Chu Luyue was different. She had too much origin power stored in her body, and now that she had broken through to the middle of the 5th rank, her control over origin power was much stronger than before. Naturally, she could use it more freely. She held the long yuan sword tightly with both hands, looked at the two Tian baby opposite her, and muttered in a low voice, "It seems that something happened outside." In this duel, she was actually at a disadvantage. But just now, for some unknown reason, the two Tian baby had undergone a slight change. The thin layer of frost that surrounded it had actually gradually disappeared. Following that, its strength had clearly weakened. Chu Luyue had been with it for so long, and was very familiar with everything about it. Naturally, she was also very sensitive to its changes. The two Tian baby surrounding crystals had almost been completely devoured by her, so its remaining strength was actually not enough for it. It intermittently seized some energy from outside to fill its body, and used it to strengthen its own strength. It was also because of this that Chu Luyue had been unable to completely take it down. It had an endless supply of energy supporting it, and it was extremely difficult to deal with it. Now that the layer of frost had dissipated, it didn't show any more signs of such a situation. This made Chu Luyue suspect that something had happened outside. But no matter what, this was good for her. She raised her sword again and pointed it at the two Tian baby. "Now, are you still not willing to obediently admit defeat?" A vigorous aura suddenly erupted from the two Tian baby. Chu Luyue sent out her sword. Long Yuan sword. The sharp and cold sword light flickered, and on the sword blade, 2 types of flames intersected. It emitted a terrifying pressure. This place had been completely sealed, so Chu Luyue wasn't worried that someone would suddenly break in. Thus, she used her trump card the moment she attacked. The sound of the sword. The flames burned fiercely. Like 2 huge illusions, they surrounded the two Tian baby. The space around the Tian baby began collapsing again. Following that, the surrounding flames were also swallowed. Annihilation in the space's space. But, the flames the Tian baby, thus the two Tian baby. Was SSSS these two flames SS1 was formed by the water droplet's force, while the other was taken from the heavenly square cauldron. If someone was here at this moment and saw that the two Tian baby was being forced into such a state by a stage 5 warrior like Chu Luyue, their jaws would definitely drop. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, the two Tian baby moved and suddenly dodged upwards. However, the two flames followed closely behind and soon surrounded the heaven-wrecking holy seed. The long yuan sword chi finally arrived. Then, it fiercely fell. Bang! The two balls of energy collided. Rumble. Crazy aftershocks swept out in all directions. Violent sounds rang out continuously. A crack suddenly appeared on the ground. Chu Luyue's pupils shrank. Then, she saw that the faint layer of light outside also began to sway. The space of the divine realm began to compress toward Chu Luyue. Chu Luyue's body began to ache as if there was a heavy object pressing down on her, and the force in hers force slowed down again. Chu Liuyue's gaze was fixed on the two Tian baby in front of her, but she realized that the two balls of flame seemed to be greatly affected, and the flames became much smaller. She was shocked. Could this be the two Tian baby's true power? Just as this thought flashed through her mind, the two Tian baby suddenly glowed. Taizu suddenly shouted in a deep voice. "Lu Yu, retreat!" Upon hearing this, Chu Liyue immediately went on her toes and rapidly moved backward without thinking. At the same time, she raised the black shield in front of her. Boom! Boom! The continuous and ferocious attacks caused Chu Liyue's hand, which was holding onto the black shield, to crack. Although the black shield blocked most of the impact, a small part of the force was transmitted to Chu Liyue's body through the black shield. In an instant, the blood in her chest and abdomen surged, and her lips turned pale. The heaven-wrecking holy seed was indeed much stronger than he had expected. Chu Liyue pursed her lips and quickly glanced at the two Tian baby, only to see that the light on it was even brighter. This power was clearly stored in its own body. In the next moment, the two Tian baby flew toward Chu Liyue. It was as if there was a layer of invisible barrier around it, blocking all the sword energy and flames outside. Wherever it passed, it left behind a black spatial crack. Chu Liyue felt a chill run down her spine, and her mind was constantly thinking of ways to deal with it. Soon, the heaven-wrecking holy seed arrived not far from her. For some reason, Chu Liyue felt a trace of ridicule and anger. In the next moment, a cold wind suddenly attacked her from behind. Chu Liyue was startled. She looked back. The same heaven-wrecking holy seed had appeared behind her at some point in time. It was flying straight toward Chu Liyue's dantian. It seemed that it was going to take the power in her body. Crack! A crack suddenly appeared on the pure gold armor. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from the Love Network. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.